Listen up, warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go! Listen up, warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave? Hook 'em. Reel them in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go! Listen up, warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river? Hook 'em. Reel them in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave? Hook 'em. Reel them in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go!
Welcome back to MCT AMER South. It is day 7 of the Swiss stage and the pressure is building. Every match matters, every win brings teams closer to the top, and every loss makes that road ahead much tougher. We've already seen incredible plays, clutch moments, but today the competition tightens even further. Who steps up and takes control of the standings? Let's find out. The action starts after the introduction of our wonderful casters, Private Dancer and Enrique CB. How are you, Genma, feeling today and about the and how are the matches been so far?
I can start it off here, guys. It's a great time to come back here on to day 7 of the AMER South. I'm really excited here, and more excited that we have a little bit of a guest from the Portuguese table here to be casting alongside us with Enrique.
Okay, thanks for having me here. Thanks, guys. It's a pleasure to meet you all. So, first time here, okay? I'm not Rico. I'm not English teacher, just remembering. And I have hair, okay? A lot. I can show you. Okay, I have a lot. So, okay. Then, just for starting, I hope that we have a good show for tonight and our day. I forget the numbers of you guys too. So for the night, me, okay, just wish you a good work. Remembering, I'm just an analyst from MPL Brazil, Latam, science for like more than 4 years, and I'm just here to bring the most bright and magical things about analysts. These things.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing cast here, especially being able to incorporate all the history that you know about all of these teams, all of these players as well. It's been a spectacular reach for me coming here from the north to learn about all of these teams, the picks that they have, and including with the different type of drafting styles that we've seen.
And the same for me, because I'm doing the north right now, and I'm from south. Then I understand what you're feeling.
Yes, it's gonna be pretty exciting matches. I'm really looking forward to today's matches. We basically have like the top teams go in the South going ahead against each other today, right? And we'll be having Influence and Dreammax too.
Yeah, very soon we're going to be getting right into the matches. Just so much going on here when it comes to the South taking on the North. Just in general, having the entirety of North America and South America coming together into one tournament, one competition. I know a lot of people, a big question on their minds is how do some of these teams stack up against some of the stronger teams that we have in this entire region? And I'm glad that we're going to be able to kind of step up and learn that here coming up soon.
All right, now before we jump into the action, let's take a quick look at how the Swiss stage works.
Welcome to AMER 2026, the official league for Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the Americas. In this video, we'll walk you through the format of the competition. The league is divided into 2 regions, North America and South America. Each region features 8 teams, for a total of 16 teams competing in the ecosystem. The regions compete separately during the season before meeting in the Americas Finals. Each region begins with the Swiss stage. All 8 teams compete across multiple rounds. Teams are matched against opponents with the same win-loss record, ensuring balanced competition. Matches in this stage are played in a best-of-3 format. The playoffs are divided into 2 phases based on seeding. Lower-seeded teams begin in Phase 1, where matches are played in a single elimination format. Higher-seeded teams advance directly to Phase 2, which uses a double elimination bracket. Matches throughout the playoffs are played in a best-of-5 series. In Phase 2, teams that lose in the upper bracket move to the lower bracket for a final chance to continue. The playoffs culminate in the group's finals. The final match is played in a best-of-5 series to determine the group champion. The champions from North America and South America advance to the Americas Finals. Here, they compete to determine the best team in the Americas in a best-of-7. Everything leads here. AMER 2026 starts now.
It's awesome to see that format. Teams face each other with similar records each round, meaning each match gets more competitive as each stage goes on.
Yeah, and that's been the amazing thing for me too, is kind of maybe at the beginning last week, you kind of had teams that were kind of skill levels differing from each other. But as the days go on, I feel like we're kind of narrowing down the skill levels to more even playing fields for all of these teams. But the biggest thing for me is the best of 5 and what we're going to probably see from some of these teams as well for that.
Any thoughts on the best of 5, best of 3 going on? We're having the best of 5 finally today. We've been having the best of 3s, right?
Yes, we have one BO3 and one BO5. Remembering the BO5 is the seed 1 they will fight against, so it's a moment for them just to have a vacation, because when you seed 1 or seed 8, you just have 1 week or 2 weeks just for having your study or doing your things. So it's cool. I don't like it so much because you get cold. Just stop it, freezing all the time, just watching them play. But it's about player to player, so let's see.
Well, we are going to take a look at the global bans, which has been a really fun thing so far. Super exciting to see this implemented here in the Swiss stage.
We'll have the global ban in MCT Americas to bring more dynamism and special strategies. Under global ban rules, each hero can only be selected once by each team. After every match, the 5 heroes used are banned for the remainder of the series. The pick ban applies only to the team that used the hero. The opponent may pick it next game. In best-of-7 matches, the global ban resets for both teams if it reaches the final game. Expect new strategies, fresh picks, and much more.
Love to see those global bans. It was really fun to see Trizla being picked up, just these newer heroes. And I wonder, like, the fact Trizla's mana now is not counted. He just has, and he doesn't have any. Is that going to be a big factor here?
I mean, a lot of things have become a factor. We've been slowly starting to see creep up. We've seen Valir pickups. I think we saw Lolita as well. In the north, I believe you guys even saw a Gord pickup as well, which has been pretty interesting. It's just something for me that is so refreshing about knowing that no matter how that first match went, those heroes, you're not going to see them from either of those teams again, and they're going to have to reach into that pool to grab us something new.
And I like it so much. Remembering the North League, we have also Gord, we have Sun Marksman, we have Benedetta roaming, and if I say something wrong about the name of the heroes, is the most scary thing I have, okay? Because I know all the names of the heroes, but in Brazilian way, okay? Not in English.
That's okay.
So,
you can say it the way you know. The way you know it's fine.
But it's like Private say, it's so cool to see this. And the Rizzler is like not, it's a normal thing for me because South League is, they like it so much. Remembering I came since the MPL Brazil Season 2 and we meta are also tank in XP lane. Then we started to change something and we see this fighter mode and I love it. Fighters is the best XP lane trend because when we see like two tanks, it's just Iceland like there. Just they do the things. Let them. Let's start with the 4 water players in the back of the map. So I love it.
Well, we do want to let you guys know, make sure you're following us on all of our social platforms right here. MLBB Esports. We're on all those fun little logos right there. We've got Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. Whew, a mouthful.
Yeah, if you guys have any questions about what's going on throughout the weeks, throughout the seasons that's going on with the AMER tournament, you miss anything, maybe you had a dentist visit, your family was dragging you to the grocery store, you can find out all the action that you missed and the upcoming action right there on those socials.
Yeah, be a part of a community. Find that right there. And we can't forget our wonderful sponsor, runestone.gg. If you're trying to find data or up your game, runestone.gg is the place to go. They give you all that analytics and make sure you're top notch. So check them out. Light up your esports.
Yeah, if you're trying to do something, especially when it comes to learning or growing in the game, why not go with an organization that has the same passion as you do for gaming? Runestone.gg.
Right. Oh, we cannot. Oh, well, we cannot forget. We got to see today's schedule, right? We're going to get back into that action. Let's check out what we have for you today. We've got Influence Rage against Dreammax, a best of 3, and then later on we'll have Entity7 against Octa Gaming. These are...
It's going to be intense either way. The best of 3 here, I know there's a lot of history behind these teams. Each one of these guys are coming in at 1-1, so they have been able to get a couple of victories, or they have been able to get a victory under their belt, but also they have tasted the bitter taste of defeat. On the back end, on the second half of this broadcast, we're going to have two 2-0 teams clashing it out to see who might be gunning for that number 1 seed slot in the playoffs.
About Influence Rage and the Dreammax Esports is have this confront, this 1v1 situation, this X versus sorry for the words, but this happens a lot in the past. Remembering Dreammax Esports was top 4, top 3 in the championship, a lot of them. But in the beginning of the org have a top 1 and a top 2 sequence. Remembering when I say about the RQ Akira, about RQ Akira, they always do the second place against them. And then Alpha 7 games and the things getting just strange for them. So they need to prove a lot of things to once again have the fire breath about this dragon and things like that.
Yeah, a lot of things to prove for both of these teams when it comes. Like I said, they're both coming in with a 1-1 apiece. And I want to say there's 2 different drafting styles kind of that I've been noticing coming from them that we'll get into as we get into the draft. But I know both of these teams want to prove something here. Like we said, this is going to be settling where these guys kind of end up on the playoffs. If you're going to be closer to a team that might be a lot stronger, or to get you down to that lower bracket as well. But it's a lot right now because both of these teams have been kind of settling in, adjusting some of their drafting styles, have had success and defeats with both of them. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they kind of stack up against each other.
Yes, these teams, they, like you said, have seen those defeats. So I'm not really sure who will take the lead here. But I know for my prediction, I predicted Influence Rage would be on the upper hand here. They were doing what, 3-2 versus the Dreammax's 2-3. Their win and losses. But I feel like they may do better against them in this round. The way they kind of did work together, they just need to find that synergy again.
It's for me.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
anything to say about Influence Rage and Dreammax?
Okay. Let's go. So as I say, the Influence Rage was the first, the top one LATAM organization who have the best players and best things. They are just like the host thing. In Brazil, we had a lot of times the RQ Akira, then we have the Alpha 7 in things. But remembering, all the teams in Latin League just beat Brazil all the time right now. Since the MPL Season 2, we don't win anymore. In MPL Latin Season 3, we have a BO7 complete BO7. Then Corinthians win. But when the Influence Rage got to the MSC, after the MSC tournament, I forget the tournament after the MSC and goes to MSC.
Not even sure what that is, but let's take a look at Influence Rage's lineup. What do we have here for Influence Rage?
We have Archiki, Rotum, Syndra K, Furry, and Steph. That's in Brazilian way.
Oh, that's a Brazilian way to say it, guys. Right here we have our teammates in the Brazilian saying.
Remembering Syndra, Syndra K is the best mid laner we have in Brazil. Okay, he is a lot of times just show what he came for. And since we meet him, he just protect his base like no one can do this. A lot of games we just like, damn, they lose. Then he brings that light with Farsa playing and destroy the game and just win sometimes. So I love it. Rotum was the best of the jungler in the Influence Rage 2, a lot of things. And Steph doing we have a grass called Steph in Brazil too. really. I will show you the game.
Let's quickly get into an interview with these guys. So you can you can see an interview video of what they're about. Let's check it out.
Bueno, ahora voy a decir mi draft ideal para equipo. De Romer elijo a Paquito de Alpha 7. De Mid también elijo a Frost de Alpha 7. De experiencia elijo a Chino de 9Z. Después de oro también elijo a Gusta de 9Z. Los dos jugadores de 9Z, las dos hay de 9Z. Y de jungla pongo a Haydon Bush de Entity. Y ahí es un equipo bastante agresivo, bastante completo. No hace falta un show caller ni nada. Tenés todo lo que un equipo necesita: agresividad y más que nada macro game.
Alright, and for our Dreammax lineup here, we got Kling on the HP, Jump Style on the jungle, mid lane Shy Kite, Quimera on the gold lane, and as our roamer we have Blink.
We have a fun fact in Dreammax Esports. The first time the Dreammax in some past years, they have a female player, and it's good. It was La La Land, and I don't remember now if they win the first, I think second one, but now they bring it again and have Chai, so it's cool.
Yeah, a big interesting thing for me is that this team has they've had some outstanding performance, especially Che Kites. Even in a lot of their losses, Che Kites, I want to say Chimera, have still been able to kind of maintain their cool-headedness. You can see that even when the team's like losing, like I want to say 24-12, these two players have always kind of had that level-headedness with them. So I'm going to be very excited to see what they do here.
Yes, let's get a glimpse of what they have to say.
Salve, rapaziada, hoje eu vou fazer um Dream Team e eu não posso colocar ninguém da Dreammax. Tem que ser pessoas de outros times. Como eu vou jogar Swift Lane nessa iPad, Jungle seria o Flick, na rotação me agrada muito a gameplay do Paquito, na Gold Lane Lagusta e no Mid Lane pode ser o Flash. E é isso.
All right, guys. Okay, let's break it all down in this draft. This is where the mind games begin. Picks, bans, and strategies will set the tone here before we even hit the land of dawn.
Let's go. So, remembering other thing about, I don't know if you guys mentioned, but King was a jungler in others championships. Remembering the first time he had MPL Brazil, MPL 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and MPL Latin, he also just go to be a jungler all the time. And he was a famous jungler in the season 1 because the assassins in the meta. So he got a lot of respect. Then the season 2 to the 5 to Latin and things make the meta tank, and he's not so comfortable about this, but he's also all the time doing his jobs and things like that. And when he came back to assassin meta, he just don't perform as the same way. So he just not improved a lot, but now he's in XP lane, and I want to see more about him in these games. I watched it last week. Past week.
Yes.
Okay. Past week, and he's good, but I'm also need to see more to judge him because it's my work. Okay, I judge people. Yes.
It's really interesting that you bring that up because being a former jungle player, he's going to have that experience, so he knows what, especially when it comes to a lot of these. As an XP laner, I want to say a lot of your priority goes into that first turtle. What can you do to try to help out your jungler to either zone out the rest of the enemy, help the jungler to make sure it's not a 50-50 shot? So that's going to be some great, interesting knowledge, knowing that he does have that experience and he could possibly bring that from the XP lane to a lot of these objective clashes. But already on the board, this is something that I want to say has been back and forth between both at North and South. The use and the priority of the Marcel pick.
Sometimes in the north, I see sometimes the Valentina goes first better. Also, Valentina just first pick is common, such a common thing there.
Oh, there it is. Your Valentina's been chosen right there. I guess that would combat like the Marcels. So we're gonna see double Marcels on the field. That's gonna be fun. A lot of golden hour, right?
That's actually perfect. That's exactly what it is. And the only thing for me has been, I feel like a lot of teams right now, they use Marcel interchangeably, like you see with a lot of other roams, as a setting kind of roam, that I feel sometimes Marcel, he's a very niche pick that you need to have a very specific comp to be able to take advantage of it, or else that golden hour is upsetting your team just as much as it is the enemy team, freezing hits, and possibly taking away good chases that you might have. Some of the big ones that we've seen so far have been the Terizla, the Guinevere mixed in with it, even the Chonge pickup that kind of got mixed in with it as well, that has been really successful here in the South. On the side of Rage, does look like they're going to go ahead, the Phoveus to counter out the Valentina, and a Farsha pickup.
That's the signature of Syndra, okay? Farsa, it's a comfort pick for him. Also, we have Ivy and Valentina too for him. But Farsa is like the things I tried to say the other times. He can do 1v5 a lot of games, okay? He just protects his base. If you want, like, the 4 players of Influence Rate died, and we have all the 5 of Dreammax going to his base. He will defend it, and he will guarantee this. most of almost the things he have. He do this a lot of times. Okay, it's not when I'm here. I'm just doing the not lucky team. Okay. So. Okay, we have glue. We in the North League have a lot of glue roamings. It's some specifically we see XP glue. I like it more when since there is less people, so glue can play against very well. But also we have a lot of the roaming picks. Here is the same, only roam, or we have the 50-50.
Yeah, Ravina is being smart. They're taking out the Gwen. What were you gonna say, Private?
I think it's been about 50-50. We've had it featured on both sides as well. I do want to say I witnessed one game here in the South last week where they absolutely dominated the glue by having the Kalea and I believe it was the Lunox. So you immediately had the Tsunami Slam snatching glue up as soon as he did the split, and then the immense amount of damage that Lunox was able to put onto him, it made short work of him, which is at the time made people, I want to say, a little bit more sketchier about that immediate domination that you usually get with the glue pickup.
Yeah, the glue is he has a hard time against Lunox for the fact that she can do, I'm not even sure what that move is, but where she goes into a circle and is like not catchable, right? Her escape ult, so that's one of the things that like for one is a good counter to glue for a mid laner, right?
We have bans in you call how you spell it? Yeah, spell not how to say Guinevere. What?
Guinevere.
We call Guinevere.
Oh,
Guinevere. Oh, wait, say it again.
Guinevere.
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 I could be fancy. I'm gonna start saying it that way. I'm just kidding.
Hey, I kind of like the way he said a lot of the names coming out from Influence Rage too. I'm like, man, I need to scribble some of these down, rolling the R in there too as well. But as we move on to the second banning phase, I like that we're taking out the Hilda, taking out a lot of the early game pressure, maybe looking for a squishier assassin pickup on the side of Influence Rage. They still do have the Khalid to pick up though, which is just, I feel like, as much, if not maybe more of a threat to a lot of these squishier junglers that Hilda also is a little bit of a threat to.
Link have a lot of picks in roaming things. One of the most popular since the days was the Grok. He do a lot of things in the last championship with Grok. He's good at it, but Khalid is also something he picks the most in this championship, right? I see the games,
but this heart
so he like it.
Steadfast.
We forgot all about the Sora here. They just got a Sora.
Oh, yeah, and that's going to mean, that's going to be depending on how well that Rage is going to be able to kind of zone out and kind of keep that distance from the Sora. This might mean a big detriment, especially for a pick like a Farja, who needs to stand still for that Feathered Airstrike to really be doing a bunch of damage. That might be a huge target for the Sora pickup here from Dreammax. We're going to see how that kind of shapes out as we're waiting for those last two pickups for Influence Rage.
To see what they're gonna choose for sure. Sora is gonna be
experience and
royalty. They were really
body.
smart in picking that up. And oh, here we go. We have Granger and Leo.
I was thinking about Granger because he married as well with Marcel. All the ultimate things and the skill shots, so he can do this animation different about them, the two of them. So the Leomord, we have a more systematic thing. He's a good soldier. He making front with the Polvias is good. Can I say in my language the name of heroes? Because I'm
the slayer of
oh yes,
sometimes I just like Leomord is so good. Polvios is a really nice fighter. They have this early game front and for level 4, he's so strong, but don't have the tank, the officially tank. It's something they can just be not so good at the middle of the ending game. So Glue have this situation, and I like it. Obsidia.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I agree with you too. Especially you've got a Marcel on your team. He's not exactly the tank's tank when it comes to having a front line, but hopefully that's kind of in line with having that golden hour from him that you can use to possibly freeze the line, have a bunch of feathered airstrikes, have a bunch of Rhapsodies coming down from the Granger as well to really pour on the damage when that ultimate ends. But we're gonna go ahead and get right into it as you see the lineups here.
I think it was me, right? That was me? No?
Go ahead.
Maybe? You can please say my name just for.
Oh yeah. Well, good. Well, we're
Okay.
about to get right into this, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Influence Rage in their first match, taking on Dreammax. How do you like these drafts here, Henrique?
Let's go. Let's see how it works. Let's get into Rumble, boys. And I like it a lot to see the Rage doing the laning phase heroes to get depression, and we know that Valentina has the strongest momentum because of level changing, the passive, and the lifesteal. So it's good for her to just being aggressive. Syndra have the most ranged hero to receive in this 1v1 situation, but also we have Steffi, who's not the best 2v2 in the lane because Blue is also so strong. But wait.
Yeah, Blink actually takes a lot of damage there. It's going to have to escape. I want to say Influence Rage was being a little bit wiser about their rotations. You saw a big three there, Steph Hooten, and I believe that was Syndrak rotating together to make sure that they cleared out together and that they didn't kind of get caught out there. You see Blink trying to get that information back to his team about where the jungler is on Influence Rage's side.
That duel is so strong because we have Syndra with also have a CC, and Marcel with Steph have a more CC, and then there's just like a chain CC to all this, and Hotum to just call it Barbiel. It's right, Barbiel for you guys? Or not?
That's exactly what it is. That's the name of his horse, Barbiel, to come in and rain damage onto them.
Because I forget, sometimes we have the traduction and they just change names, so I don't know if the real Mario is staying for YouTube, but okay, that's it. First turtle, boys, let's go!
Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and start, and there is the Phantom Steed coming in, but it doesn't stop Jumpstyle from being able to capture up the first turtle. IMU, Phantom Steed comes out as well from Dreammax. Down goes Hooten. Arctic takes down Blink. That's gonna be 1-for-1 for both teams as both of them looking to disengage, but that's gonna be a first and free turtle for the side of Dreammax.
It's good for Dreammax because it's a one kill, just a kill in the jungler, the enemy jungler, and then the turtle. So they started like the 300 to 500 in the gold front of the Influence Rage. It's not so much, but it's also a good start.
Yeah, a good start, but for me, I'm kind of the big question for me. Steffi's he's very close to getting level 4, and I definitely want to see if Influence Rage can really start utilizing this golden hour. We've seen so many teams. I think we've had 2 teams here that have been successful with it here in the South. I think we've yet to see it utilized successfully in the North, and it's one of these things that is really, especially with him being a new player, especially with him being a priority. Speaking of why. K-Kite able to use the feathered airstrike IMU to find another kill for Dreammax.
Okay, so you're talking about the golden hours, so you can tell me, you miss Changi, right? You missed the Changi, okay.
But there's a lot of damage potential here, whether you have the feathered airstrike or the Rhapsody coming from Fury. Ooh, a big engagement here. A nice closeout on the back end. Chimera in trouble, gets caught into the golden hour, but is able to find himself an escape.
Nice try, bro, nice try, but not so good at it. He can do all the tower, is not so difficult because obviously he wants to do the passive first, then the ultimate, but you can just do the ultimate and Farsa have all the range to just drop it down, all the meteor from the space. So, okay, let's go to the second turtle.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and start, and as you can see, jump style coming in there. It's good positioning here for the side of Dreammax. On the back end, you see some damage coming out there. Feathered airstrike raining down from the bush there by Chaykite. I feel like Chaykite's utilizing this feathered airstrike better than Syndrak is right now. As you can see here, down goes jump style. So they do lose a person in taking this second turtle.
The Dreammax have more easiest way to pick it up the turtle. 2 kills more. Also in the Arctic. Arctic is suffering a lot. Remember, he's one of the frontliners in this game. He is a soldier. Remember, he just got a new buff in this patch. Also have the more items in the life items, turn more shield from his passive. So it's good, but not for this game, I think, because Blink is so boring to play against just because it's blue.
Yeah, just a lot of damage that comes out there. We do have a nice golden hour there to freeze up Blink. He's still going to be able to capture him. He's going to go ahead and use that split, but he's got that ultimate landing on top of Stephanie. Fury doesn't even care. He unloaded a Rhapsody onto his teammate with the glue on top of his head, but they were able to find the kill onto Blink.
Okay, that's new. That's something different we're seeing here, but okay, it's a kill, And remember, if Furry gets a kill, it's better for the influence rage, just for the things he do. Chimera just take the first tower of the game. That's, sorry, for the second for the Dreammax Esports. That's good. And remember, the Chimera is a late game carry. It's a good marksman for all these 3 items, I guess. But Fury enters in the game more early than her. So we see a lot of timings when 5 minutes happens. Fury can have a timing with his friends and do the teams just for roll into the victory.
Yeah, right now, I feel like Fury's a good source right now for Influence Rage to kind of be building on. They want to get him farmed up, make sure that he's going to be able to do the damage that he needs. The only problem here for me on the side of Influence Rage is the kind of synergy that he's having. Syndrak really hasn't been able to get a good amount of suppressive fire during a lot of these engagements, and it feels like Dreammax, their positioning is it's very good when it comes to a lot of these objectives, especially when it comes to using the IMU. They're able to use their own feathered airstrike in here to really kind of hold off Influence Rage. As we're starting up on the 3rd turtle of the game, see a bit of pressure coming in through the mid lane. They actually reset it. It looks like Dreammax actually wants this fight. They're going to go in onto Arctic, who's having a bit of trouble here using that demonic slam, and he's going to get taken out there. Jump style finds the kill there. Feathered airstrike from Syndrak to try to help out is not enough. You can see Fury and Steffi waiting at that bush, that pixel bush, looking for a little bit of an engagement here. In comes King, and there is the value you get from a sword. Those shifting skies coming in, down goes Fury as the rest of Dreammax push into enemy lines and now into the mid tower.
Okay, I don't know if I am the strangest people here, the strangest person, because I see this and why this need to go right, because it's a 4v5 situation. I know we have a Marcel doing the ultimate things, but alone, like no one will check the grass. Okay. And remember, I need to say to you guys, where is the step grass? It's close to the king right now. But more
I call it the pixel bush right there that you get right next to the opening for the turtle pit or the lord pit right there. As we're talking about that, Steph in here is going to come against 5 members here. Arctic and Syndrak on the backside. We do have a golden hour out there. Is that going to be enough? They still get the lord, and Blink takes a few shots from a feathered airstrike as well. Barbiel's out for Uten, looking for a kill. Blink is on the run, trying to come in with that ultimate, but Fury able to finish the job. In comes the Sora pickup there. King mounting up some damage, able to take down Fury again. Arctic down for the count as well. That is 4 down for Influence Rage.
That's my boy, that's King. Never in my life I said King is not a good explainer, okay? I just say I want to see him more, okay? But he's also doing the right thing. King also played sometimes in the jungler with Sora in the beginning of his launch, so it's normal for him to do these things. But it was more happier to do this with the spell, so he used the flicker. Okay.
And you were talking about his expertise as a jungler, and something that I brought up before too is that he understands what to do to support his jungler in that Lord pit too. Immediately, twice went to the back line, found Fury, and took out Influence's Rage's biggest point of damage thus far. Syndrek has been having a little bit of trouble trying to get in. I feel like he's just not been close enough with a lot of those feathered airstrikes, just because Dreammax has been doing such a great job of having a lot of the points at these objectives covered. Houghton in trouble, gets taken out by Chimera. Now Steffi coming in. Golden Hour is able to catch Blink, but I mean, that's a tanky boy you're going for. Jump style comes in. They do adjust the Golden Hour, but it's not enough. And still, Dreammax continues this offense at the gates of Influence Rage.
Remembering Kings, as you say, he had a lot of frustrations being a jungler, so he just turned this in the XP lane, just like, I can help you, boy. I know what you're feeling, so I'm here to help you and improve your game, okay? And then they just hug themselves and everything is happy. So in this game, Dreammax Esports have 11-4 in the match. How can I say this?
That's correct.
Match. That's correct.
Yes, the match.
You think this? Because I'm saying these things and like this is not sounds to be the right way to do this. But okay, so we have this 11 kills for Dreammax is good. We have 6 towers for by 1, and Influence Rage just not showing the early game I said they needed. No, they have it. So we're passing the way. We have 11 minutes to the game. We're changing to the middle game, and we have a Chimera who is the strongest in he's the marksman thing, and growing up. We've seen this in other games, and it's too late to cry when the Chimera's pick up this 4 out of 2/5 item, okay? So let's go. Let's go to another one, another Lord. Let's go.
Yeah, you bring up a great point that it's going to be, as we move later and later into this game, it just becomes more and more in favor of Dreammax, especially with some of these late game picks. Jump Style still able to get the Lord, even with the Golden Hour coming in there. Influence Rage now on the back foot. They do have the Feathered Airstrike raining down damage, but Dreammax, very wisely, they don't look for the engagement. They don't favor these in the jungle type of fights just right now. They got the Lord, they back up immediately, and what a wise play by them.
I felt the Influence Rage don't having a good communication. They seem just like Steffi all the time, doing the start, but we don't have the follow from the Influence Rage. I know it's obviously Arctic can, being Povius, just walk to the objective because he's slowly. Okay, like, I understand he have a weapon more heavier than him. Okay, but we don't see all the team. The team does. Oh my God, cool. Arctic.
Yeah, as you're talking about
as
you're talking about Arctic being very slow here.
Oh my God.
Gets latched onto by Blink. Jump Style is able to find a kill there as well. King raining down damage as well. Finally able to answer back is Fury, but there are 3 down for the side of Influence Rage as Dreammax turned their attention to some of these high ground towers. Lord now at the core. The rest of Dreammax putting on the pressure, and that is going to be game 1 smooth and crisp for Dreammax.
Victory!
Wow, what a quick game. Dreammax, apparently I was wrong, and Dreammax is the one that has this energy right now. They were taking out those objectives at first and making sure that they claimed that, and then they dominated the field right after that, not giving any breathing room to Influence Rage.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about their synergy and especially about the picks, the later and later that they got. You were talking about the marksman pick up there, just going to get more and more dangerous for them, Enrique.
Yeah, so I miss saying all the good things from Influence Rage right now because they lost, and I'm having this low feeling right now just because I say Syndrek can hold up the base against 5 and then he didn't do nothing, so sorry. But in my times, okay, he do this, and I have how to prove it because all the videos are saved in MLBB Esports, okay? just saying the the social media. But also what I think about is I said about how Glue is a strongest pick against Palvios, about Terizla, just because of this. And we see a lot of times Arctic just have a pick off in the same position, the same way, and he can't do nothing. And it's sad for them. Okay, for me it's okay. And other question is, 12 minutes is the most fast game of you guys or not? We have more.
Not the most fast. I think that we've had a few games that went a little faster, but I think in the summation of how dominant it was, it kind of felt pretty fast, just probably because it just offensive wise, I think we saw a little bit from Fury. He was able to get some of those kills. He was able to get the kill on the blink. I remember that very specifically, but most of the game was basically a statement coming over from the side of Dreammax, who had a very dominant for most of it.
Makes part. And I miss the tank ones. Okay, I miss the tank from the Influence Rage. I say 2 soldiers, 2 fighters is good for the early game, but when we see how Blink goes to this glue thing, all the tank items, we've seen a lot of shots during his ultimate, okay, from allies, but in the end, we know how strong the pick are and the difference he can do in the game.
Yes, all that CC from Dreammax side was really hard to deal with the fact that they had Sora and was it Valentina to steal Marcel's ult, and that I think in itself was hard for Influence Rage to deal with.
Oh, and also beating a dead horse here, the Marcel pickup.
Oh no, Barbio? No, I'm not joking.
Yeah, but I mean, Barbio too suffered a little bit there as well. But like, it started right from the beginning as they went to engage into the bottom lane, and they caught Chimera. And Chimera kind of was sandwiched in between the tower and the golden hour, and then he remembered, oh, I can just dive into the golden hour and I'll be safe. And he was able to get himself out of harm's way. As we take a look here at the stats, I mean, we talked about it before when it comes to Dreammax. Chaikai, Chimera, Chaikai 2-0-7, Chimera 2-0-7, a great game for them, but as you talked about, the dominance of Blink on this Flix, Enrique.
10k gold, we have the difference, and I seen Rage items and they like miss like 2 or 3 items when we see the Dreammax like goes to the last item or just finishes the build. So we see how the pressure is, since the early game, this is so intense, and also why they just do this fast. 7-1 in towers, 2-0 in lords, and the turtle don't need the third one, so okay, she's will be alright.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a look at what kind of got us here, some of the team fights for these highlights as well. Like I was saying, it felt like Blink was just having a great game, but here, this is an example of that feathered airstrike coming from the side of Syndrak was having trouble, to the point that Chaikai felt like they were utilizing that feathered airstrike even better than they were. King doing a great job of trying to force out the rest of the team there on the back end. Fury Fury had, it didn't matter that glue was on his team member. He immediately started dispersing justice for him. And here, like another feathered airstrike, and the Dreammax was able to get to zone out there as well. They were able to kind of come back, try to catch the team, but I mean, it felt like you talked about it before when it came to having the Marcel on your team, Steph, it felt like the rest of Influence Rage was just not prepared for a lot of those engagements.
Miscommunication, it's all I can think for all we've seen from this game, and I think they can do better in the second one. So,
right, and of course, behind every big win is a standout performance. Let's take a moment to highlight our MVP player right here. 509 KDA, 35.3k total damage. He was doing an amazing job with Sora. We got King here.
Yeah. Yeah, and you talked about it. He's a former jungler turned into the XP laner, and he knew exactly what he needed to do to support his team through these engagements.
And I have my heart MVP for Chai because she's doing the best of the Valentina way because she also have the best ultimate than your own hero. So she can just destroy the game using this because I miss a lot how I cannot see the Farsa roaming the lanes and helping the team, but we see the Chai doing this with the not so mobile hero as Valentina, but with the ultimate of Farsa.
Yeah, and there was points in there where I was just like, I'd see a feathered airstrike come out, and I'm like, oh, that's a good position, but that's Chakite on the feathered airstrike using a great IMU, and just a good blend of the IMU. She was even using the Phantom Steed as well. So she just had a great, it almost felt like a great selection coming from the side of Influence Rage. And that's something that, like you talked about it in the beginning of the draft, she's a priority because of what she provides to the team. Now the enemy team has to think about what are we giving her that she can use against us, especially because Valentina, she gets that ultimate before your mid laner because of how she scales.
Yes, the fact that she can steal all those ults is, I feel like, is a big factor in their win for sure. She was able to use a lot and utilize it all, and knew how to use it right, the right way at the right time. So.
So remembering also we are in the global ban, so we will not have more from Dreammax, this Valentina, or this Sora. And remembering Sora and Valentina in the same team is the strongest. Remember, one counters, the Valentina counters the Sora because of this ultimate. He do some things like items about bruiser things and just still doing better. But when we see this in the same team, there's like an Exodia, there's like a good choices for the composition, and we're seeing why.
You know what? You brought up a really good point, is that they used the Valentina and the Sora already. So now I feel like Influence Rage, they're pretty free to pick up. They don't have to ban either of those. They're pretty free to pick up a Sora without having to worry that there's a counter out there that you could get that Valentina out there at some point, which is very interesting and maybe part of their plan. I will say from the notes, Influence Rage have been a little easier going when it comes to the different types of picks that they're more comfortable with going with. I've seen them go with the Joy, Esmeralda, Novaria. They use the Terizla to counter out a Fredrin. I feel like they have a better time when it comes to like reaching outside the box, but sometimes it just doesn't pay off. And for instance, with this Marcel pickup, the Farja, which I know is probably, as you said, a comfort pick for Syndrak. He does very well on it, but currently in the meta, there's so much mobility. There's so much ability for enemy teams to offset somebody who's just gonna stand still. And we were seeing that. Even people who weren't standing still. We saw when it came to Fury on the Granger, they were still able to close the distance to be able to get to that backline, to be able to shut down all of that damage, Xena.
Who would you fellas think would have been a better pick than Farsa for that team, for that composition that they had? I know, like, being chosen right now, like, Zentian's a big one. Of course, Zushin was banned at the time. What other Lilias? Would you think Lilia done any difference?
2, 1.
Against Valentina?
Yeah. Oh, right? I mean,
it's not the ultimate game changer about doing the Lilia things, but we have the Golden Hour for Marcel, we have what more? We have a transformation because we seen a different scale with about ultimate of Valentina's as a Povius, so it's not the physical damage because she was a mid laner, so she needs to doing magic things and shines. But okay, we have it.
Yeah, it's hard. He brings up a great point too, because it wasn't just the Farja, it was the Farja with the composition that wasn't able to protect her. And even on that side, it wasn't even just not protecting it. It felt like the Golden Hour was kind of used, and none of the rest of the team came to kind of collapse onto that to actually feed in the damage, using the Rhapsody to get to aim onto a target, using the Feathered Airstrike to rain onto somebody. Here, they're gonna prioritize the Harith. They know that the side of Dreammax, they can't pick up the Sora. You're not gonna have the Valentina as an option here. I believe you still have Zeshion out on the floor right now as well. So we're gonna see where they go. And they can't use the Suyu as well either. So maybe matching up that gold lane or prioritizing that mid. Yeah, they're gonna match up and go ahead, pick out Granger for their side.
Yeah, they picked out that Fredrin. Sora is still out there. We know, does Dreammax not think it's a threat because they didn't ban it out in the first half? I guess they would think that Boxia is more of a threat than having a Sora out there. You think this next one they would pick up a Sora just to make sure that they are able to claim it, you know, and not get banned?
They can. I don't know what they're thinking about the composition right now, but what I can say is, why is not Harith the top one marksman right now? Because we have a path notes, the newest path notes we have. They change an item called Stellarium Sisal. I forget the name. I don't have the spell. How to Stellarium? What the second name? The name of the item? You guys have the...
I forgot what it's called. I'll have to get back to you on that. But it's one of the cooldown items that he goes with as a first item. Starlium Scythe. Okay, there we go. Starlium Scythe.
Okay.
What was it called? Let me look real quick.
For me, it's because the thing about Harith is you can still get the Azura's Blade and I believe mana pages, and he immediately gets the max cooldown that he needs to be able to spam his first ability with that Zaman Force. So they did change that, so he's going to have a little bit more damage in the mid game that he does. But the problem with Harith is he gets upset by a bunch of the CC that lands that is so prominent right now, and he can be slowed down. And it does take him a little bit of time to kind of get there to lay on that damage. I like that Dreammax here. They understand, they've seen, they did their homework here on Influence Raid, because I was expecting Influence to maybe pick up the Terizla themselves, as it's something that they used against enemy team members to great success on the Fredrin.
You say about the CC and Harith trying to do his game, but as I trying to say is like the change about the item, the Stellarium I forget the name again. Please say
Starlium Scythe.
Scythe. Okay.
I can't even say it. You're fine.
Okay, Scythe is good because the contact effects change it to the 4.5 to 2 or 1.5. So it's good for him because he spams the ability so much fast and have the buff about the ultimate just slowly down all the enemy players for 40%, and he just do with the boots and the Scythe. The staying of Titan, okay? I will say in Brazilian things, oh well, okay, I'm just getting bored. I will say all the things in Brazilian and you guys just search for it, okay? But saying this, I read all the patch notes and say, why he is not so top one, he's just like the meta right now? Because he's a stronger, the item and the Harith just marry as well. But nothing for now. The first week just passed and I just seeing this and nothing happens.
I feel like a lot of teams are still trying, especially when new patches come out. A lot of teams, it takes them a little bit to settle in for some of these pickups. Terizla just had a change too. Doesn't cost any type of mana. I think Xena brought that up earlier. No longer has a mana pool, so you can just spam out some of those items as well. We were talking about it before, and a note of record is that Aulus isn't available because he just went through a little bit of a revamp as well. So he'll be available on the 29th for teams in the AMER North and South to be picking up. So maybe there's a little bit of a settling period. A lot of people I know were talking about Harith. Is he going to be able to be used in jungle now? Is he going to be very strong? We just haven't seen the picks reflect that just yet. on the side of a Dreammax. They're going to go ahead, scoop up the Hylos pickup. And I want to say, Eve is banned out there. So still looking for a mage on the side of Dreammax, and still looking for that roam coming out on this on the side. Or no, we have the roam already. We're looking for the XP laner coming out from them, and the mid, when Valentina's going to be scooped up by them.
Yeah, they just chose Valentina. I'm surprised. I guess they picked the mage last. Usually the mages are kind of like a priority pick now. So they have Valentina here, Glue, Hylos. So what mage will they be picking here on for Dreammax side? What do we have? Lilia. What would be good against that composition?
I'm is more about the HP laners like Lunox, like Carry, just for fight against all these 3 monsters Dreammax just offering to you guys. But I think about, I think they will bring the Xborg maybe, or Lunox, but they also have the Heritage. But no, they just do a normal draft.
Novaria.
Oh, and no one can take Novaria. I don't see anyone in the influence page who can run against or try to pick up this Novaria inside the game. It's difficult to them. We don't have all the high mobility she have, and just enters in all the walls. So that's a good one. Okay. Also, Dreammax have a best composition here for me.
All right, we're about to get started here, as you guys can take a look at the finalized composition for Influence Rage taking on Dreammax as they go into this second match. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. There's some, I want to say, I'm very curious as to the reasoning for some of the pickups here. I do like the Glue going in against the Terizla. It's going to be a good counter there. But this is a pretty tanky composition coming out from the side of Dreammax, which is going to be able to do a great job of protecting the Chakai, protecting the Chimera, who we've already talked about. Even on their own, even when they're losing, end up having a great game because they understand the distance, they understand positioning and where they need to be to not get caught, even in some of the worst conditions. Here, I feel like there's a lot of yes boxes on their side for how they can be protected, how they can be peeled away from as well.
Terizla also have a good passive who makes him more tanky, so he can do the fighting, the fighter items, so he can do the War Axe, do the... I don't know why I'm thinking to try to say the items in English, and I'm thinking all the say the Brazilian way, but he do a lot when he have emblems like the Festival of Flood, when he have not Concussive Blast, as that's right, I write all these emblems just to say that, and I'm not saying this. Brave's Might, it's Brave's Might, the soldier one. When we fight, have the class, the emblems of the fighter, he's good because he have this lifesteal more in the lane. Now he not have more mana, just he can spams a lot of things. And side to Hylas, who maybe have the battle spells of Revitalize, I guess. And Fredrin, who also is a good one to just tank a lot. I think the Dreammax have a best frontline in the game right now.
Yeah, they've got a good front line, but what I'm trying to figure out what is Influence Rage's win condition, and one of them is not a front end fight where both front lines clash together, because I feel like that's going to end super poorly for Influence Rage. You have the option of the Kalea that can get in, she can snatch somebody up, but do you have the damage? Once that tsunami slams, if you grab a Terizla, if you grab a Hylos, because I'm going to tell you right now, it's probably going to be very hard to latch on to Granger. It's going to be very hard to latch on to Novaria. I don't know. I'm wondering, the most likely scenario is that the Tsunami Slam is going to land onto one of those tanks. Do we have the damage? And at what point does Influence Rage have the damage to be able to like, all right, we can get any target and we'll be able to burst them down? And I feel like it's a big ask. There's a lot of stars that need to line up perfectly for Influence Rage's composition to work out correctly.
You're not feeling Influence Rage's composition. Interesting. Okay. What do you guys feel about Navarra being chosen?
Bavaria, I think is a good. It's a normal scenario in South League, okay. And past few tournaments, we have a lot of Navaria. Science in the hands of Syndra 2 and Frost, we have it. And Sagan also have this Navaria too, okay. But in the Latin League is also a little bit different. But she came in the right compositions just when the last pick, just for this. They don't have how to pick her in the fights. He just do the sniper things in their positioning and no one can get closer. Also, they have 3 front lines. It's difficult to just pass away from them. Like, no, I'm going to the Navaria. Like, so you stay here, I'll go there. Just punch the Navaria face. Okay, I'm back. No. But like,
I don't mind the Navaria pickup because you use the Astral Echo and then the enemy team becomes an even bigger target for Terizla to latch on with his ultimates. So I think there is an ability in there. Henrique, why don't you go ahead and take us into game 2?
Oh, let's go, my boys. Let's get to the second game for the first match. And also we thinking about Dreammax can do the 2-0 in this 101, or the draw is here and the draw will be the Influence Rage match for this over with. I don't know, but in the game we will see it. 1 minute to the count now. Let's see how the turtle goes in 2 minutes. And the impressions about Syndra is different. He failed against the Valentina in the other games, and now he's just doing this. And oh, Chai is sniping also the purple buff right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the value you get from a Navaria pickup there to be able to kind of snipe out there. I'm not sure. I mean, they've got a pretty decent clear on their side. I want to say I kind of favor Influence's Rage's clear just a little bit more, but are they going to utilize it? Are they going to be able to get to those side lanes quicker to provide the support that they need? And then I want to say the side lanes are so tanky. It's like, who do you, if you're not going for gold lane? Speaking of which, we do have a little bit of a pop-up 3v4 here. Oh, look at the damage that comes on to Influence Rage. Syndra goes down, and Appraiser's Wrath dropped them down to like 25%, and then Dreammax able to come in, a King able to find the finishing blow there. Shake Height on the back end. That's going to go ahead and set up Dreammax for this first turtle.
I don't know if I can say they are optimists about being so happy to just jump out in 3 tanks on the other side, and okay, this will be good. For sure, we will win this fight. I don't know why they're thinking about this. So okay, you're all happy, Influence Rage? Because I'm not. I'm not seeing this as a happy ending. Okay.
Yeah, I think they had an opportunity. They just thought to go with it here. Blink is in. Going to go ahead and get caught there by Arctic. Ooh, and a little bit of a taunt there. Last on to Steffi in the mid lane. But yeah, it's when you go in there, especially with the damage that they're able to provide. How in the early game, I want to say jump style on the Fredrin, I feel like it's so easy to kind of predict the damage to get Fredrin as many stacks as possible to be able to lay down with that Appraiser's Wrath, which he did, and absolutely shredded the enemy team. He's got about a little bit of a 300 gold lead over Hooten on this Suyo pickup, and we're going to go ahead and continue with the action.
And for Shy, it's more grateful to play with the Novaria, just because we have a lot of CC about King, about Jump, about Blink, who just make the person just stop it right there, and the shot comes up about the sniping thing. So good, it's a good composition.
Yeah, but still we're kind of waiting for that point where Influence Rage will be able to kind of take off. Like we said, you really, that was a perfect example, that first fight, of why you don't want to go head to head with this composition. There is such a huge and tanky front line, a brick house that, 3 brick houses that you're going to be standing in front of. King, Jump Style, Blink that you have to contend with. You're going to need to find a flank. You're going to need to find a way into this back line that we haven't seen them been able to do just yet. Oh, speaking of which, Chimera at the bottom lane, taking a lot of damage. Hotun able to find the kill to tie it up. That's going to go ahead and set the tone for this next turtle. Dreammax are going to be a player down. They do have everybody in here. Penalty zone is out. Arctic just misses it, and Arctic is down for the count. 1 down for each team, evening it out at this turtle, and I'm not sure Influence Rage is in a position to even contest it. You can see that Syndrak being held at the mid lane, turtle down to 50%. King coming on, putting the damage onto Steffi, and that is going to be another turtle in the pockets of Dreammax.
I like how the Influence Rage have the composition to scale better because they have Heritage, because... Oh, is it? Okay. I just carried it up for one moment, but where's the other team? I don't see it, but okay. But the scale is also very good, but the Dreammax have this early game potential. Chimera just suffers a death early, and it's not good. The Fury have this advantage about farming, about level, is not good for Chimera, and also, the mid game we'll see about more in the game. So just to see who wants to more win this game about this. And most of Influence Rage have more individual contact heroes, and the Dreammax have the AoE. So best for them just to make these fights in the close calls and close places.
Yeah, it does feel like Influence Rage. I mean, they need to be patient, get that damage down. Most of all, be on the same page is for me, is so that when we do get some of these slams, when we do get some of these tsunami slams, once we have our power spikes. Let me just say that too, because I think we're still at a point where they just don't have the items that they need. They scale well, and I feel like the later this gets, the more it favors Influence Rage. But Dreammax have been doing such a great job of kind of getting around, understanding where they need to be, immediate with the rotations. Oh, Zaman Force comes out defensively from Fury.
Good for one. He used the Purify, is good for. Remember when you say Heritage has a problem with control? So Purify is there. He's here just to go away. So Frederick just do a rush gank and Oh
yeah, Fury took a whole Rhapsody there.
And
the nail in the coffin. Kite from the back with the snipe, and Blink was right there to scoop up the kill. Now we are having a fight here at the Turtle Bush, and Hotun able to steal it away. Might be a little bit of a problem here as King has been latched onto Arctic. Gonna use that flicker. Is he gonna be able to find himself an escape? Ooh, he wanted to go for that speed up, but now he's gotten caught by Jump Style, takes an Appraiser's Wrath. He's going to go ahead and use that split to try to get away. The entirety of Dreammax behind him looking for this kill, and Kite again with the snipe to scoop up another kill.
Now I came with the gossip. King just missed the ultimate. He just stopped it into the wall. Damn. Oh. Calm down, Dreammax. Calm down, please.
I'm not going to lie. I feel what King feels on that Terizla. There have been so many times where the ultimate, you feel like you can jump over a certain wall, and it just does not go that way. For some reason, I feel like the hitbox is a little different when you're trying to move and jump with that penalty zone, and sometimes you just end up on the wrong side of the wall. You're like, oof, like, okay, I just missed that ultimate. It's one of those little things that I feel like the actions don't line up perfectly. Blink here at the bottom, the rest of the team kind of latching on and trying to find a kill onto Hotun. He wants to get that minion. I wonder how important that is to him, as he's going to have to turn around. Blink doing a great job, and Jump Style, they're going to try to protect this bottom lane, allow Chimera the time he needs to be able to take this bottom tower as well.
2 towers by 1. The focus is in the middle lane. Oh my god, Shy. Okay. I can breathe now. Damn, why they came to just okay, Steph uses his flicker to get closer. Okay.
Yeah, and they're doing a great job. Kite's doing a great job with some of those snipes as well. I think I've talked about her before. The great positioning that they have. Ooh, a little bit of engagement here. 2-on-2. Two tanky boys trying to go in. Zaman Force has been left up on the top lane, looking for the damage, but Kumera comes in with a Death Sonata, finishes the job, and down goes a Fury. And this is what we talked about. The CC that he takes and how squishy he is why Harith has just not yet made his impact into the top of the meta just yet. We do return the favor a little bit here as well. Down goes a Blink, and it looks like they're still, ooh, Syndrek takes a little bit of a hit there, going down to 50%. A little bit of a fight here. Oh, goes in with a penalty zone. We do have or not a penalty zone. A big pop-up lands there with the Tsunami Slam. Penalty zone coming in from King. Laying down the damage, is able to find the kill onto Steph as Arctic executes the split to try to get away.
2-by-1. They also have Fury and Steph, but in the other side we have the Chimera, who and also Blink. So it's a good start, but changing this changing kills is not good. Change is a good way to one kill for one side, one kill for another is not good for the for the Influence Rage, because Dreammax is also pretty strong. They have almost 1k of gold in their front, and now we have a Lord. And the last fight, no, I don't know why, but someone started the Lord and Blink's dead. About the this Lord just jumping into the fight. I don't know why they do this, but we know them why the CSI moment about how Blink dies.
Yeah, and bigger thing for me, rather than just trading kills to the team, is that was a Tsunami Slam that they landed on King to try to burst him down. King immediately ulted with the penalty zone and was able to turn it around on Steffi. Now down to 10%, looking to steal this away. Jump style, able to find the Lord. Appraiser's Rat slams down on the back end, trying to chase. Kumera is down. Hotun able to reply in kind. Penalty zone lands onto Blink. Is that going to be enough for him to be able to get away? Now bursting him down. Fury able to find the kill as well. 2 down for Dreammax, and now able to put that pressure on to mount an attack at mid lane. Jump style takes a little too long in mid lane, wants to protect that tower, and Influence Rage punish him for it. You were talking about them getting their power spikes and turning these things around, and it looks like that time is now.
The moment is good for them because Hotun just seen an opportunity to go to the back line, just seeing all the tanks are spared. So in the moment, he just found Chimera and he just got 1-0. He just burst Chimera. So
absolutely got dusted there. And this is the damage that was coming out. The fight did take a little bit long. They weren't in a position to be able to take the Lord, but to get 2 kills there, especially to burst down the tanks. As we take a look at the items, man, that's crazy. Tarizla with a 2.600 advantage over the Glue, and Suyo, who's just a farming machine. It's not a surprise that Suyo is kind of like 3k over, but it just kind of speaks to where a lot of this gold is going for both of these teams, as the gold overall is tied for both.
We see in the difference between the junglers, and we see a tanky jungler. He's also will search for gain gold for his team and have the moment about being a father. And also we have the assassin mode in the other side, who is more like, I need to get my money, to get my items, and do what I need to do. Just like we seen Hotu just doing the Chimera thing. Oh god. He's dead.
Yeah, right now, sitting, I'm not going to say the score. You guys can't make me say it. We're going to go ahead and keep it at that. As we're going ahead, trying to put some pressure onto the mid lane here. I feel like right now, Dreammax, they've lost just a little bit of confidence in their step, because they know the damage that is coming out from them. I feel like we definitely have to wait for some of these snipes to land for Chakai, which is a great, they've got a great amount of suppressive fire that can come out from Dreammax. You've got Chimera, he can launch off that Death Sonata. You've got Chakai, who can launch out those Astral Orbs as well. So I feel like We just need to line up. Are we going to be able to catch somebody and then be able to engage quickly? You need to be able to take down some of these heavy hitters, especially as the damage. As we move in later and later, a lot of these items are starting to come up. A huge amount of damage, a little bit of slowdown lands on the Blink, who might be in a little bit of trouble. Dreammax coming up from the top end do rescue their teammate, and an Astral Orb goes just wide onto Influence Rage.
13 minutes to Lord, and you say about the score. Now I remember the name. The score. We have this feeling in Brazil too when it's 7-1, just because the world football about Brazil taking out 7-1.
Yes, Rocco told us a little bit about this too. About the dangerousness of that the 7-1 score.
Every day we have a 7-1 in our lives, and that's the moment because fights now.
Yeah, you see the Zaman Force on the back end. Hotun able to find a kill on to J-Kai. Now we're on top of the Zaman Force. You can see that Soul Sever coming out from Hotun to lay down the damage. Jump Style in trouble. Gets taken out by Hotun. Blink and King looking for an escape, being chased away by Arctic and Steffi. A great job as the tables have turned for Influence Rage at the 14-minute mark. They're going to go ahead and press onto the mid lane, allowing Hotun to be able to solo the Lord by himself.
That's a nice pick-off during this fight. Syndra just looked for Chimera again, and he can't play this game. I'm missing Dreammax doing a communication with the frontliners just to protect your carries. You're not in the early game anymore, who you guys just can do 3v5, but now you need your carries, and they are not doing this, and they are just like split the team fights, and it's not cool for them. So Influence Rage is now gaining the map conditions, and it's good for them. I like it.
Yeah, it is looking like a much more even game for them. And you were talking about it does feel like that some of the Blink especially kind of getting set out there a lot to extended. Ooh, do we have a Tsunami Slam that does land onto Steffi or onto King, onto that Charizla, but Chimera able to answer back immediately with a ton of damage, is gonna be able to find a kill on to Steffi for Influence Rage. That's gonna go ahead and back up Influence while Dreammax begin to press forward. They do still have the side lanes to contend with.
So we have a Chimera who doesn't have his flicker or his flash, and Steffi just want to start and engage in a tank in their base. So I don't know why this happened. They don't have already the burst conditions to just give the tank 1-0 to his life. So why this is happening, I don't know, but it's a normal thing.
Yeah, and that kind of comes down to maybe a little bit of inexperience, maybe a little bit of a communication thing. If you go in, I think maybe they thought they had a landing on Chaekite or Chimera or something. And when they went in, they realized, okay, we're caught. I need to grab somebody. The problem is that somebody is almost always King. And the amount of defense he gets throwing down his penalty zone and the damage that he can dish out is just a huge deal. And it almost turns it around on your entire team, depending on who you're picking up for some of these Tsunami Slams. The sad thing is, I feel like even without the Tsunami Slam, Influence Rage is at a pretty comfortable spot right now. We don't need to go off the wall. We don't need to get desperate with some of these Tsunami Slams. I feel like the damage that we have is more than enough to kind of be able to blast through the front line, keep chipping away at them. So I feel like we don't really need to hone it. We don't need to act like the Tsunami Slam is the end-all be-all for setting for our team right now.
Now they have a lane pressure about the Minions. I like to say Minions. Remembering we have in the North League one game that Minions do the thing. Okay, Minions and Minions. Okay, this is right. Minions. Okay,
this is
for
right.
me. Okay, so we have one game about this. I have a conversation with my older friends in the South casting, and they say you guys also have a Minion condition, right?
Yeah, when the minions are pushing on the base, we call them winions. It doesn't happen too often. And I feel like sometimes you need like a lot going on in the game. Speaking of a lot going on in the game, we're at 50% on the Lord right now, juggling it back and forth. You can see a little bit of a dash there from Influence Rage. Now a big fight comes on. Navaria does miss with that Astral Orb. Death Sonata does miss as well. King in a little bit of trouble. Is going to use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. Down comes a glorious pathway. I don't think that some of the teams are in a good position. You can see how tanky the side of Dreammax is. They're still mostly at full health right now. Fury coming in from the flank, looking for an angle to be able to get in here. Arctic fighting back as well. 9 and 8 up on the board. Jump style goes in, latches on to Arctic, trying to find that slow, is onto the back line, but was not able to. We were talking about being able to get to the back line of Dreammax, but also, who do we have to be able to get to the back line of Influence Rage? Speaking of which, Blink in trouble, does get taken down. Fury comes in, lays down the Zaman Force. Another Tsunami Slam lands onto Jump Style. Immortality proc. Are they going to be able to take him down? Fury able to find the kill there as well. King in trouble as Hotun finds the finishing touch there. It's just J-Kite and Kumera alone to defend this core against 5 members of Influence Rage.
Don't look at me. I don't say nothing about Syndra doing the things about defending base, but oh my god, that's incredible, man.
Yeah, and that's going to be the second game going over to Influence Rage to tie us at 1-1 apiece.
Wow, what a show. Influence Rage, they were getting first blood. Dreammax started to dominate the field. Then Influence Rage showed them what's up at 11-minute mark. It was like, you know what? We know what we need to do. That first one was a fluke. This time around, we got this. So they came back. What do you guys think?
Amazing. That's amazing. And obviously, we've talked about the compositions and how about early game was the Dreammax and how Scale have the Influence Rage. So the beginning of all this is good about Dreammax picking up the skills, picking up some few moments in the all the Influence Rage just goes in the wrong calls and they grow up. But sometimes we see how different it is about the Suyu player just having your items and also Heritage too. So we see this different moment in the middle game just to finish, and that's amazing.
Yeah, it's the problem too for me is that there's as you move into the mid and late game too, the only sources of damage for your team are the Granger, are the Novaria. Novaria's really leaning way back, trying to land a lot of these Astral Echoes for her team. And if she gets close enough to really be a threat, I feel like you've got so many options that are no longer concerned about the tanks, that they can kind of get back there and find some of that. More though, is that when these clashes were going on, I felt like the clashes, they're lasting pretty long, back and forth, but there was just not enough damage on the side to be able to compete as you moved into the mid and late game for the side of Dreammax to really compete. Like I said, you got the suppressive fire, you got the zoning ability of some of the sniper power coming from Granger and Navaria, but that's kind of, that almost feels a single target basically, and they were able to kind of maneuver around a lot of that in the first place.
I miss all of this in the game because, as I say, they have 3 frontliners. They don't need to get to let pass the Influence Rage to our carries, but all the team fights when the Influence Rage just win, I see Hotun just doing the Chimera's death, or also Syndra. So you have the range to do all your abilities. You have all this pressure about your team, but you're not doing this right for the moment. So, okay. Rage, victory.
Yes, looking at this, who do you think will be the MVP here? Hotun came back with everything. He is a 605 there. We have, I think they all did their part in getting the team turned around for this win, right? Steph was there going in to give that CC and make sure that they can put in that damage and hold them down.
For me, Hotun, I think sans that first engagement right here, where they're like, oh yeah, let's run right into 3 tanks and see how this fight takes us. Besides this first fight, I feel like after he started farming up, after he started getting his items, he was doing a great job of being able to get around a lot of these conflicts to get to the back. I believe Henrique was pointing it out that we were questioning, could they get to the back line? Could they get to Kite and Chimera? And we saw that they were, and Hotun was doing a great job of getting back there and shutting down a huge amount of Dreammax's damage.
That's sad about the composition, because we always, as we say, we do a lot of talking about the compositions on all the things you can do or not do in the game, but they just throw it away. And why am I doing this? I need to pass in the human resources right now just to get out of my work, because I'm saying all these things and nothing is happening. So I'm going to get sad again. But okay. Let's see about this 101 situation now. We have the match point from Influence Rage and Dreammax, and I need to see who will be the winner today.
All right, and time to give our credit where credit is due. Our MVP player stepped up in a big way and delivered when their team needed it most. Of course, it was Hotun. Is that how you say it?
Hotun.
Yes, this Ryu with 605 KDA, 60.9k total damage, 810 golds per minute. He dominated that and brought that back for his team.
Yeah, especially when it's a Suyo pickup. You have to really shut him down in the early game for him to not have an avenue to be good in the late game. You see there, 810 gold per minute. Suyo can farm so quickly, get the items that he needs to get to really be so strong. Here you can see how much damage he was dishing out there as well. Not just that, but like we said, the decision making, getting to the back line, being able to shut down the damage of a Dreammax was a huge plus, and Hotun was doing a great job of it. Didn't suffer a single death.
Just what a good man playing with TCU. And as I say in the beginning of the transmission, he is one of the best players in Latin. So he's showing this to us right now.
All right.
Yeah, and yeah, we're going to be going to a full series here. No sweeps on this side. So definitely a very even game. I'm not gonna lie. First game, I was a little worried for Influence Rage. I was like, this is a rough start, but that shows the experience of them, you know, to be able to take a loss like that and be like, all right, guys, just brush it off. We'll be fine. We just gotta, and not just take a loss, but take a loss and then have a composition that featured not the best early game. So not only do you have a loss, but you're starting the next game kind of on your back foot, where you're going against a super tanky composition where they're asking you, be patient, get to the mid game, just wait till we get our items, and then be able to take the reins of that and form that into a victory. So hats off to Influence Rage.
Yes, I'd say that first game was kind of nerves that probably got to them, right? So they were able to show us what they have this time around and brought that back.
About saying this game, I really want to say also that Hotun playing as the Suyu have the snowball condition. So he get the first kill, then the second one, he's trolling like he's doing the jungler things and also robbing the jungler of this enemy. And this is good for him because, as I say, when you are a tanky jungler, you like to play with your team, to do the things with your team, to go play the gold with them. So you go to the turtle, you go to lords and things like that, and assassin just search for the right moment to start the game. And this is what he do, and he do this so good.
Yeah, I think you made a comment about Hotun on certain heroes that you was it Hotun or somebody else that you were talking about how some of the junglers, they play the assassin ones and they comes into the tank meta. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a huge fan of the tank meta just because I like flashy plays. I think I think there's most years like that as well. And also I feel like it kind of sometimes you have people that have an ability like Hotun. He was able to show it here on this Suyo pickup too. They have the mechanical ability to be able to get to where they need to be, to aim where they need to with a lot of these skill shots that really flavor well with a lot of these assassin pickups here. The fighters are doing all right when it comes to like the flashy plays that you can do. That's why Suyo has really become a priority here, is because you get the skill ceiling of an assassin who can really take advantage of these skill shots and this movement without the dire squishiness of like a Hayabusa or a Ling pickup there. So, and I feel like that's been the big thing of why Suyo has been like a prime pickup, and especially for a person like Hotun, who does, I feel like from the games I've watched, is mechanically sound with a lot of his picks.
There's a lot of heroes here that they cannot choose on each side of the team. So I'm very happy to see what maybe the choices that they will choose this time around, right? With the global bans, this is going to be very interesting.
Okay, so bring the funny. Let's see beautiful plays, okay? And also more assassins. And Ling, oh wow, you said about Ling, I forget the last time I see a Ling in our players, because also he got his nerf and nevermore we see him. So why? He's a strong character, okay? He just do this one item and obviously he can just fight against everyone. Not everyone. 1v1. Well, let's talk about 1v1 situations. He's good at it. But
Yeah.
we don't see it anymore, and I like it so much to see the assassin meta because of this. And remembering, also in Brazil, we don't have players too funny, and that's a little funny because in the other places like Philippines and they love it funny. But here in Brazil, we don't have this feeling. The only player who like it more and do a right play about with the funny is Luizinho. Luizinho, I forget how team he is right now, but I will search for you guys to remember it. But he's the only one who plays with funny in Brazil in the competitive.
I am fairly sure he's actually picked Fanny as well. And I feel like there were a lot of reasons. You say you don't see Fanny a lot and there's only one person. I think that match even showcased the reason why we don't see Fanny or some of those other assassin pickups as well, because a lot of those assassins, they rely on to the purple buff. That makes a huge target for your team, a huge weak point that you need to watch out for, that the enemy can just, boom, just go for his purple buff, take that out. They put that on timer too. So I think he got like 1 or 2 purple buffs during that match, and then the enemy was just basically all over their jungle. Not just that, but I feel like there's so many yes boxes that need to be checked for everything to go perfectly for an assassin to have a good early game, to be a threat during the mid, getting all of the buffs that they need to really be able to be successful. Whereas other ones, they're able to sit at the Lord pit longer. They've got a lot more defense. They can make a lot more mistakes that it doesn't end the entire game for them. That right now, just assassins just not in a good place. We do see the bans coming through for both of these teams now. Wondering, we still haven't seen a Zeshian pickup yet, I think, for either team, ban or pickup for either of them.
I don't remember the bans in Zetian.
Yeah, I can't remember if Zeshian was banned or not.
I think not.
But
I think not.
okay. But it's at least they're making sure that they're not going to have to deal with that Harith, because they went ahead and banned that out, picking up the Eve or Ivy that you guys call it here at the Brazil. So.
Sometimes you call Ivy. Sometimes, but Eevee, it's more natural.
Eevee,
Remembering also the Farsa, we call Farsa too, but some players, some pro players, call them faixa. Why? I'm not know why. I think it's because in Brazil, I think because in Brazil, a few years past. I don't know. I always go before and things like that. But in the past, all the things we writing about P&8 was Barca, things like that. But in the reality, in my generation, they switched the P8 to sound like an F.
Of course, yeah.
We have like farmácia in my grandpa's, and now it's farmácia because it's an F right now for us to say. I think it's because of this they call faixa, but I don't know why. They're just playing the game.
We got that Genevieve and the Hilda here being chosen. Hilda over here will be great at invading and making sure that the other jungle does not get their gold. But as I heard before, Hilda is hard to keep that momentum going if her team is not doing well.
Wow.
Hilda, I feel like here with the Guinevere and Hilda, depending on what we go with the mid lane, you're going to have a pretty easy early game to be able to kind of try to get those invades. The problem that comes out is it's an early Hilda pickup, and they immediately answer back with a Fredrin. And Hilda shines when it's like a squishier fighter or assassin that you can harass throughout the jungle, and you can really kind of be a threat. Like, is this a Fredrin? He's gonna see a Hilda and he's gonna be like, okay, I'm just gonna take this damage and try to get my minion here with my retribution. Not just that, but you got a very strong XP lane too with the Sora. Ooh, and then we're gonna go ahead and pick a lot of mobility coming out of the non-Hilda pickups coming up from Dreammax as well.
I think it's good. The Dreammax also have a momentum to the early game axes. Again, we for the moment have a little scale. We like to see how the Kimi works. She's have a lot of builds she can try to just finish the game. Also, we have in the north the Malefic. No, not the Malefic Roar. Let me. Yes. I think it's gun. Wait. I will see again.
The one that gives you range.
Yeah. Malefic gun. Yes. The Malefic gun, who is also good for the range to more basic attacks, and it's good because we see how Kimi sometimes have this close range or medium range, and it's good for launching an ultimate for a long distance, but not for doing like a close call to a Fredrin likes to side, or entering in the range of the ultimate of Ivy is not cool. So why in this build it's good for her to just being safe for some moment.
This Kimmy's was it her ultimate? Does it stop Sora's combo at all? Like or is...
I believe Sora becomes untargetable when she's using her shifting skies and things like that. That's a big thing, especially because some of those punches, it's not just Sora's just got so much. She got CC, she pushes, she becomes invulnerable during some of her abilities.
And you want more?
It's just like, there's so much that Sora can do, and that's why she's such a priority pickup, he's such a priority pickup for a lot of these teams. He is, there's just, you can have them very, very low, and then you just activate this one ability, and you're not able to touch him. And so that's going to be a real issue here, especially with getting back to the front, to the back line of this composition here. It's interesting. We've got a good kite composition coming from DMX, and they can catch people. But I feel like the engagement is going to be very interesting on the side of Influence Rage. They wisely take out the Hylos. I've talked about this before. Hylos and Eve are that duo that it's almost cheesy. How easy it is for engagements when you have the real world manipulation come down, the Hylos glorious pathway. You're basically the enemy team is trying to crawl away from you at that point. Here, Khalid is going to be a great force to kind of go up against the Hilda for that early game as well.
Okay, we have two picks here. Interesting. First, we don't have the Hylos. Sad, but also we have a good ultimate to just do the early game more fighting early game. And we have Fury, who have a signature hero for him. He likes a lot being with this Moskov. So let's see if he's not... if I will say these good things for him and he do the right things in the game, because I'm sad because I say a lot of good things about Syndra and he just not perform. So I will stay quiet. Okay, again, I will stay quiet. I'm good.
I don't know. For me,
I will
I'm
survive.
feeling
Suffers.
like this draft
The spirit
on
blooms.
ooh, that's a good one. Very elusive. The draft on Influence Rage side seems more likely to win, in my opinion, but I'm not sure. I know they have the shred carry. She like shreds tanky people. They have 3 frontliners here.
They want a combo, right? They want that. We have a composition. Don't look like we have a combo, but if we think about some ultimates, we can have a beautiful combo. I think this about Dreammax. But in also Influence Rage, we don't have the disengage, but we have forms to not take that combo because, as you say, Sora just being invulnerable. We have Furry who have some dashes. We Steph in the ultimate don't take some CC. So I think who starts first will win the fight.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting as we move to game 3. I agree too. You've got a lot of, as we call it, wombo combo potential on the side of Dreammax. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump right into this game point for both of these teams. Influence Rage and Dreammax fighting for their slot in the playoffs as we move into the early game here. As I was saying before, I agree with you. There's a lot of different things that meld well together on Dreammax, whether it's catching a stun and then another stun and then another stun, which has a great fluidity to it. On the side of Influence Rage, we've got a lot of setting potential, a lot of things that can catch the enemy off guard, whether it's the real world manipulation, the raging sandstorm that can come out from Steph as well. Oh, Fredrin actually, Hultoon tried to come in there to try to steal away that Litho Wanderer, but there was 4 members of Dreammax there trying to protect that out.
Remembering, Dreammax have other composition things like split. Also, I'm being sad because I'm not seeing this real split in other games having here in the Mobile Legends. So they have the potential. They have a condition a little about 1-3-1, missing a tank about controlling, but they have this opportunity. And as you say, the chain CC is good for... We having the jump about Guinevere, we have the ultimate about King, we have the Chai with the second ability and the ultimate. So this all together in one player, obviously he need to die. He don't need to, it's obviously he will. If he survives, is the other thing. We call it a remake match because it's not right.
Yeah, interesting. As we go in here, King going to go ahead and scoop that up. I'm actually very curious. I've never seen a Benedetta against the Sora. I don't know actually who wins that lane out there. A great job by Dreammax to go ahead and put the force up at the top right before this turtle comes out. It's going to give them prime position. Ooh, Steph gets caught with a pop-up there into the Violet Requiem. Is going to get taken down by... We do have the RWM coming out for the side of Syndrek, but he gets taken down immediately. Blink on the back end gets taken down as well. 2 for 2 for both of these teams, but it does look like Influence Rage on a good position for this turtle. King fighting for it. Chaikai coming from the back end, trying to keep that distance up. Oh, gets caught in the turtle pit. Uses that dash to get, doesn't get away, repositions in the turtle pit, which allows Influence Rage to immediately latch on to Chaikai.
So, as we know about these compositions, is like you get the first start, you take out the resources to just have the kill, you kill the roaming, but you forget the Influence Rage also have ultimates to use. So when Syndra just use the ultimates, it's over. And we see the Moscow Fury tries to use the spear, but also don't connect. Sad, but it's life. So King have your first item. It's a strong item. It's assassin item. The 7 Cs. Okay, 7 Cs. So they have more about the pick-off sense in the Dreammax right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting that both XP laners sitting at 2 kills apiece here, so they're actually very strong. It's very interesting to see the Benedetta. I think I brought this up before too. I don't know how they go against each other. Usually, when it comes to going up against a Sora, the only way to really counter it is to try to be as much of a nuisance as Sora is to the enemy team, so that you can kind of like offset the type of plays that they can make here. Right now, sitting at 3 and 2 apiece, Blink getting that information, giving it to their team. As we go on, though, I think Xena brought it up before too. Once you start getting on your back foot on this Hilda, once you start getting on your back foot, you start getting behind, sometimes it can be very hard for a Hilda to become useful for the team. She doesn't really shine in group scenarios. You want her to tank, you want her to harass. And unfortunately for this composition, as I'm talking about that, she gets ganged up by 3 members. In comes King, putting out the damage on that Benedetta, is able to find an escape, but it does not reply. Blink is down, another kill for Influence Rage.
That's good. Nice pick-off they do. Influence Rage have this mobility to just make the strongest composition. Also, they don't have the art to do all this, but calling about CC, about Fury using the wall to the spear, and Hotun that's provoking... Oh, flash? No? No? That's just ultimate. Okay. And they will pick up this tower. Yeah. It's a 4v2. Oh,
they're looking for an engagement here. A nice little, beautiful SOD there by Fury, but they are going to be able to take down Steph. It might be a communication issue. Ooh, on the back end, Syndrak in a little bit of trouble there, getting taken down by King. Oh. Fury trying to answer back, is able to find the kill. But I feel like there was a little bit of a miscommunication there, because Steffi stayed under the tower while Fury used the SOD to reposition, got in back of this, and he's like, all right, deuces, I'm out. And Steph was just like, oh, wait a minute, we're not trying to defend this, and then got taken down. But fortunately for Influence Rage, they were able to answer back.
I'm feeling this since the first game. Influence Rage don't have the communication, because I know it's a tower. You are more tanky when you're behind your tower, so you can have some fights. Obviously, you can take the control.
Ooh, what a great example of what we were talking about. That CC to CC that you can put out there. Chimera gets taken out there. Arctic with a great shot there as well. Steffi is down. But that kill we just saw from Hotun, it was the jump coming in from jump style on that Guinevere. Then King came in with the final blow. And then like it was a wrap there after that. So they were able to CC Hotun down to almost into a coma there. Sitting at 6 and 6, evening out for both teams right now.
And I think the Influence Rage and also the Dreammax are so crazy to not use Purify about all these compositions, because it's just like this. One shot, about 1 CC, it's over. You can do nothing. And remembering, we see the Fredring having 1 item. It's not the most tanky one. He just used a good item just for don't take a lot of CC, but we see he just taking all the CC anyway. So the damage is different. So for this game, we need to see other things. We need to see the Influence Rage showing what they came for. So it's now or never. Let's go.
Yeah, and actually King takes a little bit of damage on the back end. Chaikai, I saw, picked up the Sky Piercer again. It's been one of those common items that you do see on a Kimmy early game. Ooh, a big jump does catch on a Hotun. The rest of the team is right there to kind of collapse on there. Real whip manipulation, slams down onto the ground, catches jump style. And on the back end, Steffi able to take down Chimera. 2 down for the side of Dreammax. And it looks like that turtle even went over to Influence Rage as well.
Oh my god, King with this HP. So we have the difference, because we see the jump style doing the right thing. He just made the jump in the Hotun, but he just don't connect it. He just don't do the ultimate things. The team don't follow him, so he just accepted, then do the ultimate, and the targets change it. And then we see jump style suffering. Also a good CC momentum, and then Influence Rage guaranteeing the objective.
Yeah, right now, big pressure onto the mid lane right now. Dreammax seem to have kind of lost a little bit of stuff. This kind of comes down to like just being able, your team, I feel like team synergy is going to be the biggest thing for this game as well. Influence Rage have showed some slippage there as well. Dreammax, their composition absolutely needs to have communication. You need to be able to understand who's going first, who's going to be able to get the CC on there. We talked about jump style. You said he went in, got the jump, and I think even had the Violet Requiem, but then decided against it as the entirety of Influence Rage collapsed around him immediately. Maybe the target too, unless you're trying to upset the retribution coming from Hotun, and that I don't think they were at a position yet to really be doing that. Hotun should not be your target unless you're trying to stall that retribution and get it yourself.
3.5 more gold have Influence Rage right now. They also have in all your players for 500 to 800 in the difference about the gold lane, I guess. So have some difference. And Dreammax just took the beginning of this game so better to Influence Rage just be more better in this point of game. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
You can see Arctic just dives into the middle of the Lord Pit, allows Hotun
and he survives?
to pick off the retribution. Steffi finds a kill onto jump style. Real world manipulation stops Blink. Hotun on the back end looking for a kill, trying to chase him down. Fury decides to turn his attention to the lane, but the bravery or the gall of Arctic to just jump, he's just wandered past the entire team of Dreammax into the Lord Pit there to be able to get that shifting skies and allow Hotun to be able to get that retribution as well.
I don't know why I seen Arky do that thing. I say like, damn, why he do this? Why? Why? He take everything and he survives. And like, I want to be his best new friend. I want to learn this because it's different. We can't do, oh, the ultimates? Oh, pass it away. I see in the minimap. But all the force we have in here about this new potential minions, about the laning phase, about the tower 2 in the right moment, it's good for Influence Rage. 9-6 in the score, and remembering is the last for the BO3. The next winner here is the 2-1, I guess, the 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, they're looking for it here as we take a look at some of the items here. 800 gold lead there by Syndrak, who already does have the glowing wands, got the anti-heal out there. I was talking about this before. Kimmy has went ahead and got the early game Sky Piercer, but really, I mean, Chaekite hasn't died. We've seen before, Chaekite actually had one of their best games last week on the Kimmy. Does a great job of positioning. Here, it feels like they're able to do a good job of keeping the Kimmy at bay, keeping the Kimmy away from a lot of these fights, or maybe just the CC style of this composition really doesn't benefit when you get the stuns and you're trying to look for a burst to get people down. And Chaekite, the Kimmy, it's more of a sustained damage that you can do, and I feel like a lot of these fights are over before they can get into a position to really be a threat.
Sometimes I see the Latin and the Mobile Legends in general and miss two things. One is laning phase, is something I miss a lot. We don't have this all the time in Mobile Legends. And mid laners, mages being carry is something we don't see. Also, we have a lot of mid laners working with a secondary style, like doing the support things, not more support, more roaming things than the roaming. So this makes me a little sad. But it's the style of the game, I understand, but I also want to see more, because Shy have the potential, Syndra have the potential. They show us a lot of things today, also in this position, but the true carry, just about, okay, it's a furry, the true carry on Chimera, does also have the guild scale, but Nothing. Oh, wait. Damn! Oh my god!
What? I thought there were players there for a second. Their Fury got decimated and dusted. That's going to go ahead and set up Dreammax. They immediately beeline for the Lord Pit as soon as they take down the biggest damage from the side of Influence Rage. You can see Steffi on the back end trying to get that information. Arctic hiding in the top bush, looking for an opportunity.
Beautiful.
Onto Chimera, but Chimera dashes away, is able to get the safety, and now Arctic in trouble. Real world manipulation is able to protect them. Down goes Blink. Dreammax and Influence Rage, both teams sitting at 4 people on the board, but Influence Rage with that kill, getting into a great position for this next Lord.
Moskov is back. He has his huge mates. Don't split it up.
Style comes in. I even stopped because I'm like, there's no way they lose this. We're going to go ahead and toss it to Henrique. He can style it out, smoothing it, and they go ahead, steal it. Jump Style said, nope, I'm not done yet. We can still get this. Jumps in there, able to steal the Lord away from Influence Rage. We take a look at these items, Henrique.
My god, please, his name is Jump Style. It's obviously he can jump into this Lord things, okay? And he take it. And now we've seen a difference. Now we've seen the Dreammax have 50 more, 500 more gold in the XP lane. Okay, Influence Rage continues to be the strongest one. But now with the Lord, now with this Tower 2, they have more money to be more aggressive. And all the advantage we see in the Influence Rage have, 2k or 3k, now it's going to a 0, and Dreammax just going to draw it.
Yeah, and right now, the Lord kind of pressing down. Dreammax have a new found confidence about them. There's still some gold. Actually, their gold matched up right now. Jump misses the jump in the backside. Immediately disengages, but that's going to open up this top high ground tower. Mid lane down to the high ground as well. The base has been cracked open by Dreammax, and all it took was a Jump Style being able to turn around and snatch up a Lord. They didn't even win the fight. He just went in, grabbed the Lord, and skedaddled out there, and the Lord pressure was enough to even things out for Dreammax.
Jump for zoning and like, look, if I wanted to do something, huh? I'm watching you guys. I'm watching. But this is the style of jumping, jump style. This is good for the Dreammax, but also having this tree tower. Is it right to you guys? The tower 3? It's
the high ground towers is what we call it.
Okay. The high ground we call like T3, something like that.
It's T3 too. You can call it that.
Okay, so this high ground is good now because the pressure about the minions all the time, you can't just do nothing about it. And remembering, it's the other side of the map have the Lord. So this tower is amazing for the Dreammax to came back to the game right now. So what they need to do now is just relax, left depression goes to the base in the Influence Rage, and then starts the objective. If they try to fight, they will lose.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as bad as having all the high grounds down where you have super minions, but, and especially because you've got Fury on your team. So you've got Moskov who can basically split push, put all the damage out here, and he'll be able to use the Spear of Destruction to join the fight as it comes to the Lord Pit as well. He does have to be a little bit careful here. You can see here Blink trying to find a good opportunity. Goes in at the top lane. They have a little bit of an engagement there. He's trying to get onto Fury. Fury dashes away as we go on with the Lord Pit style. Jump Style able to find a kill there. Chakite, Jump Style able to take down the Lord while Chakite finds a kill. And this was all at an even fight too, 4-4, as Blink was away from that fight at the top lane, fighting with Fury.
They don't have the best front line because Blink just do these things, and they don't have the marksman, the powerful one. I guess I try to I'm thinking about he's just clear the wave and use the spear to his ultimate to came to the Lord fight, but not happen, and then he just not fight with Blink also good. But okay, now Lord is coming up. One more tower, 2 more towers. I get maybe.
Arctic Arctic got caught with the beautiful Violet Requiem into the Electo final blow. Now Lord at the gates, Influence Rage fighting for their lives here. Look at the damage going onto the core, and Dreammax walk away from this series with a series victory.
Victory!
Wow, what a turnaround that was. Influence Rage was dominating the field. Then Jumpstyle just stealing that Lord right then and there, turned everything around, and Influence Rage did not have an answer on how to deal with that upset. That was something else. But that's what I love about Mobile Legends, the fact that it could be, you never know who's going to win the game.
That's good.
Yeah.
I will not lie. That's so good. And remembering, we seen the Dreammax in the early game doing the wombo combo things, doing the force of the composition, doing the Benedetta things, and it's good. It's really good. But in the middle, this changing to the early to mid game, we seen more the force of the Influence Rage composition. They're showing a lot of respect. The Moskov also is not hitting with the spear, right? This ultimates for the team. So it's always a 4v4 situation or a 4v5 because of this. And so he needs to stay always in the split, but no tower for him. So
it's almost because like that last fight too. He was on the split trying to clear out the lane, immediately got engaged by I believe it was Blink on the Hilda. As soon as the turtle fight, or the Lord fight started. So immediately now he has to blink away. He can't even SOD out, because if he throws that out there, he's gonna get caught by the Hilda. And if he goes in with the SOD, he no longer has his dash anymore. So it was so masterfully done. And then you talked about King. A great game by King, especially comboed with jump style, Violet Requiem, immediate Electo final blow underneath that. Absolutely exploded Arctic on this Sora pickup as well as that for that last fight. And that they were doing that basically the entire time.
yeah, I know. I don't want to be more his friend. Okay, he's just do the composition well, so he dies. It's all perfect in the same line. What are we saying in this analysis table? Congratulations to Dreammax Esports, and remembering that we have a King with the battle spell called
Petrify?
Yes, Petrify, who's also is one more CC to this composition, just to be more boring thing to do. So remembering the highlights we're seeing here is good. We're seeing the first fights in the turtle. We're seeing how the composition is very well. So we started with this combo. So we guess about how they just put all these ultimates to one guy and then the falling, because as we say, 5v5 situation, you use 3 ultimates, they have 5 to using you, 4 because one is dead. But also we say about how Steffi and the Khalid is fast, just doing the passive things and came into fight for objectives. So the fights during a lot of time. Then Steffi died and back to help his team. So this is amazing.
Yeah, I think we're going to see here Hotun when he gets double teamed here. You're going to see the Violet Requiem. Yeah, there. And then the cutthroat or the Electro Final Blow come down, and he just gets absolutely shredded. And they were doing that the whole game for a lot of players there. Even the Steffi felt it in that first engagement where we saw underneath the turtle there. So they were always in a great position for that. Always working for it as well. I wonder if we're going to have that last Lord pickup as well. You can see here real world manipulation came out as well. I believe this fight went over to Influence Rage. They had a great time through the mid game, but ultimately eventually got caught up. I believe here. I don't think it was here just yet, but ultimately the SOD, he was able to come in. There was a last fight where the SOD just was not able to come out just yet, and Dreammax stuck to their plan. It did feel like a little bit more back and forth. Okay, I believe this is going to be the fight where Hotun accidentally lets it go out to jump style, but that's gonna be enough for the highlights there.
Yeah, now let's spotlight the player who stole the show. Our MVP here is Shy Kite. with the 712 KDA, 34.9k total damage, and 665 golds per minute. The fact that she did not die a lot and did a lot of damage brought that back for them at the end of the game. She started to do a lot.
We're seeing a lot of things about the Steffe using ultimate and the flicker just to engage, but the team just not connected with them. One more time, we're saying about the miscommunication. We're feeling about the influence rage. But other thing I want to say is I'm proud of Arctic because have a lot of time I'm not seeing a Sora using this assassin mode. It's also just a tanky one, the fighter mode, and seeing the assassin again, it's good.
Yeah, there's that last fight there where they absolutely blew up Arctic with that beautiful combo. Chekai also was able to get MVP last week as well on the Kimmy. So I feel like it's something that she's actually very good at, maybe specializes in for her. Even when it comes to some of the losses that they've taken last week, she always manages to have good placement, not take too many deaths on the team, even when they're being absolutely overwhelmed. So it's no surprise she was able to kind of find another MVP here, especially with that, like we said, the dual CC coming out from the Guinevere, the CC coming out from the Benedetta as well, with the final blow, and then of course you had the Petrify on the Benedetta. It was just way too much. Whoever got caught in that, it was basically a wrap for them.
Exactly. They were doing a wonderful job turning things around. Even when things looked grim for them, they knew that they had that composition to bring it back around. And the fact that they had those additional little CCs that you wouldn't have thought, like I didn't think about it. Like that made all the difference.
So, about this BO3, we have like a 2-1. For now, we don't have the teams 2-1 to fight against, right? We need to see in this week, right? Or we have it? 2-1 teams.
There are. This is the first 2-1.
The first.
Team that we'll have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking about how the teams. Okay, one is 2-1, the other 1-2. So who is going to fight against in the next episode? So, okay, just thinking a lot. Sorry.
Yeah, the best of 5. We're gonna have they have 4 wins under their belt, and one of them did get a loss in one of them, but other than that, it's 4-0, 4-1. So this one's gonna be a fun one to see.
Oh yeah.
We need
when it
to
comes
see
to
about
games that they've played, it is 4-1 to 4-0. Both of them, though, when it comes to series, are both 2-0.
Oh yeah.
And we need to wait. So now the Octa Gaming and the Entity7, who will lose will be the 2-1, and then we sing against the Dreammax, maybe, because we need to see the lower 2 about the teams who was 0-0-2, and the 1-1 about the Infinity and Alpha 7 tomorrow, right?
We got a lot of numbers going around, guys. But remember, I just want to remember one little thing. We do want to welcome our Indonesian and Philippines that are watching the show right now. I didn't want to say it earlier because it was way too early for you guys, but you guys might be tuning in right now. So I just want to say salamat, and how do you say it? Was Tarekasi. What was it? Terima kasih. There you go.
Yeah, a big thank you to them for restreaming this and joining us as well. I'm gonna leave the translations for Xena because I probably do 1,000 times worse than that. I know one language and I speak that one poorly, which is English. Not like Enrique here, who's joining us not on his first language and doing a spectacular job so far.
No way. I'm doing this spectacular job because really I want to say a lot of things because I'm a lot expressive in Brazil. I talk it a lot because I see the patch notes and it's an analyst show. But here I'm just like forgetting some words and I like to go slowly to remember some few words and I tried.
You're doing an amazing job trying to translate all of that and implement it into the stream, which we are happy to have you here.
Thanks for having me here.
Yeah, but I mean, so far, man, a great game. I'm not gonna lie. Dreammax, Influence Rage. I'm pretty sure. I'm actually, I didn't even say. So I'm not even gonna pretend like I had a pick here and my pick was right or wrong. So I felt like this match probably could have gone either way. And it's very interesting too, because I feel like in the last week, Influence Rage felt way more comfortable going with just different wild picks that they would to try to test that out. Like I said, Joy, Esmeralda, Novaria, they picked a Terizla. Here today, it felt like Dreammax was the one who was more comfortable going with maybe some different picks that we don't always get to see. The Benedetta was out there. I believe they even picked up the Terizla themselves as well. So it very interesting. I wonder if that kind of came into play, if there was maybe a thought process that maybe because we're 1-1, we need to hunker down and maybe play slave to the meta, and maybe that just was not a comfort thing for them. Here, Dreammax, I feel they've been on a very consistent streak. The same people always performing, whether it's Che Kite, whether it is Kumera, who's doing a great job in the marksman or the gold lane, as well as the jungler. And I feel like they're steadily getting better and better and better as the weeks move on.
Yes, they're doing a wonderful job. Benedetta for me has always been a terror. I've always been afraid of her, and the fact that she did so well right now makes her even more scary to deal with. She's hard to catch. She's extremely elusive, and that petrify will get you.
No, it's
Dishes
the
out
first
that
time
massive damage.
Benedetta. It's the first time Benedetta here in Salt.
She was, I believe we saw, or no. I get confused. North, I remember we saw her in the roam position.
Yes,
is that
yes,
correct?
yes.
That
Yes.
was Night Horde. I don't
Yes.
remember if we've seen a Benedetta. I'll have to check on the stats for that, but
Yeah.
I could have sworn that we have. I'll get back to you. Continue on. I'll get back.
Yeah.
Because showing you your like, oh, it's a Benedetta. It's the first time I've seen, like, it's good for you in the XP lane because I seen the roaming. I like, why have a Benedetta in the roaming? Is this legal? Is this legal? This can be, and and they win their game. So I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
I'm like it
I'm
is.
thinking.
Also Xborg in the roam. They pick it up.
Yeah, that one's
and
different too. The Benedetta
winning.
and the Rome, I feel like would be good. The fact that she's very mobile, she can get around the map
Yes.
and actually help with the ganks, and also push the lanes quickly for the team, and just keep the map control for them. That's what I'm thinking. That why they would choose that as a Rome.
Benedetta in the Salt have for Entity7, right? No, not
Benedetta,
roaming.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think she was picked twice total.
Second
Once
time.
was by the Night Horde, and then the other one was by Entity7, who used the Benedetta. So it's,
Okay.
I feel the interesting thing about Benedetta too is I feel she's kind of like a not as bad Fanny when it comes to the skill level it takes to be. You have to be just really gifted to be able to use her to the degree that she is a threat at this level. And she's one of those that every single time I see Benedetta, I'm like, oh man, we're about to get a treat. Because she's one of those heroes. You don't get people who are all right at Benedetta using them here in the AMER tournament. You got people who are like, oh man, I can't wait to pull out my bread and butter Benedetta, because they're absolutely spectacular on that hero. So it's one of those that's always kind of a threat that we might start seeing a little bit more and more, especially how well King was able to rotate, dealing with Asura, able to rotate, and just how well the Benedetta kind of melded with a lot of the other CC up on the table as well. So maybe it's we're at a point where we might start seeing a little bit more of that hero.
Yeah, it will be exciting to see if she was played way more for sure. Do you think that Petrify helped with with Sora, maybe messing up his combos? You said he had invisibility, whatever it was, where he was not able to be stopped in some way because of his invincibility. I can't even think.
Second skill.
Yeah. But then if timed right, she can totally petrify him, right? So, and she's pretty mobile enough to get around. So, and if he had already used it, you know, so I'm thinking, yeah, it would be great to see Benny around more often.
It's good about the relation about Petrify and Sun heroes in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Also, we see the Kajita. Kajita is a good hero with the Petrify also because of the first skill, so it's good for a start. And we have the Benedetta because in the ultimate you have a certain moment to use the Petrify in the right moment,
Final
just
blow.
that final blow, just for pick it up like 3 seconds and just in the middle or in the beginning, middle, or in the end of the ultimate, just saying that Petrify during the ultimate. So it's good to see, but it's gifted. If you want to know this, if you know this, you're gifted. Obviously,
No, it's been a long-known fact that if at the beginning of the final blow you use Petrify, everybody in that final blow gets petrified. So it's just one of those skills that's that really can be used very well.
Alrighty, guys. Thank you guys all for staying right now. Be sure to keep staying here. Just quickly grab some snacks. We're going to take a quick break and we will be right back.
Listen up, warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go!
Guys, here with MCT AMER South, we are gonna dive right back into the action. But first, let's talk a little bit about what just happened. You know, what do you guys think? Our winner is Dreammax.
I think they put on an incredible match. The first one, both of them were very, very dominant, and they showed a great meld understanding when it came to the draft too, where these picks kind of meld in with each other, how they could benefit from each other. Whereas on the side of Influence Rage, I feel like there were good picks, but the picks were almost independent of each other. We can land a real world manipulation, we can land a sandstorm, but they weren't like necessarily melded well together in the way that we saw with the Final Blow and a Violet Requiem coming together, while Kite was just absolutely blasting away at them. So it's honestly a great game, and like I said, I think this is for me, one of those dark horses teams that are just going to keep growing and getting better as we progress.
Yes. But let's take a look at our next matches. We have our next lineup, Entity7 and as well as Alpha 7, but right now we have, did I say that whole wrong? But anyways, Entity7 here. We got Akashi, Hide on Bush, Shin, Doom, and Vagin.
Vagin.
How you say that? Vagin.
Vagin. Akashi, Hide on Bush, Shin, Doom e Vagin.
There we
Also,
go.
Hide on Bush. Hide on Bush and Doom is correctly. Shin, I guess you can say, but Akashi and Vagin is different. And I have to say, Vagin is a funny person. Love it. I had an interview last week with him, and I just can't stop laughing because me and him just seen each other's face and started smiling all the time. Swear, he's a good person.
All right.
A lovely one.
That's awesome to hear for the community. Let's take a look at the next lineup, Octa Gaming. I was totally off. Sorry. Whew. Long day. But we have here Octa Gaming, Lucy, Thanatos Tizzy, Tizzy, Seijin, V2, and Saber for the side of Octa Gaming.
Nice.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting match here too. Like we talked about before, Octa Gaming has not taken a loss just yet, and Octa Gaming has been on a roll. I know we talked about this before. The organization is from Peru, but these are all a Brazilian team, all Brazilian team members. I'm assuming very near and dear to the heart of you, Enrique.
No, you're right. All Brazilians, I recognize everyone. Remembering Saber have a nickname called Computer Saber. So we need to take off the computer because Mutu also have this Computer Saber in the bots. So you can't use this. So
Why Computer Saber? Why do you get that nickname?
Maybe because he's the Saber main, and he also jokes about this nickname because of when you play against AI, against the AI, the Saber in the other teams is Computer Saber.
Okay, that's true. That is true. So he's the Computer Saber. Got it.
And then he just jumps to a Computer Saber in the normal game and ranked games and like, damn, we're a bot? Why are they having AI in the team and just him playing against everybody?
If you guys are just joining us, like I said, I feel like this is probably where a lot of eyes, this series right here is going to be where a lot of eyes are on the South, especially if you're watching from the North, maybe trying to get some scouting, maybe trying to understand where arguably the tippy top of the mountain in the South is right now. It is going to be Entity7 and Octa Gaming. Both of these guys have had flawless series. Octa Gaming haven't even had a single game loss yet that they've been so good here. For me, Entity7 too has been the only, alongside Alpha 7 are the only two teams that have used Marcel to a degree where it looks like, okay, this is why he's banned. This is why he's prioritized. So that's just something to talk about here too. As we go ahead, we start off with the Grok pick, and that is immediately replied with the Suyo and the Harith pickup on Octa's side.
Last week, Vagin played with the Grok, and he does very well. About the Octa Gaming, you said about the Marcel. Therefore, it was them who used Chengi or the other team? Or
no, it was Alpha 7 who used the Chang'e, and then Entity7 actually used the exact same composition against Alpha 7 and beat them with it, which was so
Yeah,
interesting.
but they didn't have the
okay.
Changi. They had the Gwen and the Drizla with the Marcel. Yeah,
Good, also good.
but
We have
yeah,
the
they were
first
able to
3
pick up the
picks.
Zushin.
Oh, true. The Zushin is not banned.
Yeah.
They prefer to ban Freya, who's not more like the first week. First week in North, we have a lot of Freyas, but
Oh, wow.
then
Really?
just ban and not more. I know why. Yes,
She's
I
been
know
banned
why.
Every
but I would-
game, 100% ban rate here.
Yes. Okay. It's a valid one. So we have the Harley band, or we can say about Thanatos. He's a good player. He's one of the newest players we have in the MPL series. He was in the amateur leagues, and he came from the game is after the MPL, the starters qualifier. Okay, the
MPL?
qualifier ones. Also the
Or the
MPL
wild
too.
card
he's
you're
played.
talking about.
Not the wild card right now. Now it's the MDL and also in the. I almost say that. Okay, you understand. So he is a good, about tier C, tier B, and sometimes tier D about the championships he do, and then he got strongest. He was the strongest new player when he came in the MPL Latin Season 2, and he do a lot of things because of the history of the hero. Sometimes we see about these movies we see the hero and he have the growing up, he fights with the villain, he loses and he fights again, and he best of his. We have this story about his team because it's the first time Corinthians have in the Season 2 Brazil, and Thanatos was there with the Saber and with the other players. So he make the history because no one cares about this team, no one cares about these players because they are not famous as the Seigen in the moment, Vagin and Akashi. So when they start to win, they came to playoffs, and we've never seen that in our lives. Seen the team who came from the nothing and goes to the top 6, I guess, in the playoffs stage. So in that moment, and we have also the first Swiss stage in the MPL Latin Season 2, and it's a newest thing for everybody. They just fight a lot. They lost a lot, but they win in the certain moment to get to the playoffs. And the only thing, because the lower bracket don't have the second chance to playoffs, like the second life about. So they started to the upper side, and then they just fall, and it's over for the championship. Because if I get right, if we have the second life for this team about Thanatos and Saber, we see more about them. But it's okay, it's the format of the campaign, of the championship, so that was different. So I talk a lot, sorry. The picks and bins are already here.
Right here, we got Joy and Yisenshin. Whoa, okay.
Okay.
Yushin Shin was probably one of 2 marksmen that were left after this ban phase. Carrie, Kenny taken off, Claude, Bruno. There were barely any marksmen. I think you still had the Granger out there. Claude was pretty interesting too, because I feel like Claude would have really fed the Uranus here. A very interesting draft. I feel like with the Uranus and the Valier, we were really trying to make sure that Entity7 did not go for the Fredrin pickup. I feel like this entire draft is around that. Oh, an Atlas pickup too as well. That's going to be very interesting. I don't know if this might be our first time seeing Atlas here in the South.
Wow.
North, we don't see Atlas.
I know, this is very interesting. This is it's the first time we've seen it in any of the Swiss stage, right? Atlas is coming.
I just love how Octa Gaming makes this first composition. They have a security range against all teams in the Entity7 because Valier is the best option about just doing the poke things. V2, have the scale. Also, Seigen have the scale too, but Thanatos is the really snowball matchmaker about this. And Saber, we know we have a lot of problems with the Atlas about the high CDR he have, but he's also a playmaker who gives a change making in the side of the game. Obviously, Vagin also do this, but it's different because the CDR are low and can do this more times than the Atlas.
I'm a little worried just because the Octa Games early game is going to flounder a little bit with some of these picks. But ladies and gentlemen, game one of, I want to say, one of the most anticipated matches here in the MCT AMER South. It is Entity7 taking on Octa Gaming. Both teams putting on their undefeated series records against each other as we start things off.
Let's go find who will be the first team to the Seed 1, boys. Is the BO5 first game. Let's go.
Yeah, I was saying the early game of Octa Gaming, Segan's going to have a little trouble with the Valier and clearing with Saber on that. As I say that, he's getting a lot of damage put onto him as well. So it's going to be a little hard to see what they do or how they're going to be able to enforce this early game. Especially, you can see Hide on Bush already starting to enforce, like in enemy jungle already. Saber's very low, feet too. So I feel like Octa Gaming, we've got good scaling on this team. We've got the wombo combos once we get out of the laning phase, but do we have a path to get to that point in the game that doesn't result in Entity7 walking all over us? I think we're going to find out.
Remembering Joy brings this speed to the game. She's fast, obviously, but we also see how Saber needs to protect the jungle camps just for Thanatos being more calm, be more confident with this. But in the same side, it's an arenas. This will be this is right. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna use that. He used that flicker to get away there. It does get a bunch of stacks there. I've seen him used before, especially against the Zushin, to be able, because once you're raining down with that lantern flare, Uranus is gonna be getting a huge amount of stacks. And then Uranus with his 20 stacks, he's gonna have a huge amount of healing, does a bunch of damage too as well. We're gonna go ahead and engage here. Turtle at about 50% on the back end. Shen already activated that ultimate. Segan on the back end gets caught by Akashi. Hide on Bush finds a kill on the Thanatos TZ, and Saber is down. 3 down for Octa Gaming to set the tone for that first turtle.
You said about this early game, and the Octa game doesn't hear it because they just do a fight against all the Entity7 with all these powerful ultimates. And then we also know how about the 2v2 Vagin and Shin just do the pressure against the Sagan, and he just don't have a early beautiful moment for him. Let's calm down. Okay, just for zoning, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, and the damage still coming up on the Segan. We have a Zombie Force already activated out there. Oh, and as we go down the bottom lane, there's a little bit of a fight happening at mid. You can see there the Lantern Flare spraying down onto Saber. Is it going to be enough? He does get taken away. Thanatos TZ looking for an escape. Oh, gets pulled back. Is that going to be enough? No. He is able to find himself a little bit of an escape, but already mounting to about a 1.4k gold lead for Entity7. This early game, Segan having some trouble at the mid lane, gets pulled back again. Is it going to be enough for Vagwin to be able to find the damage? He does not, but he is going to have to go home and miss these minions.
I will not lie, if I was Sagan right now, just pinging my roaming like, where are you, man? Help me, I need some help, please. And this is the story of my life, because what we are seeing here is just like as I say, the Joy have get this fastest rotations, and also they have a Yisung Shin and a gold. Wow, this is right. Okay, okay. They have the Yisung Shin, who also have this. Wait. This is right. This can be possible.
Yeah, Hide on Bush just absolutely blew up Thanatos TZ underneath their own purple buff. And this is the Joy right now. Hide on Bush is doing such a great job sitting at 2-0-2. That's going to lead them, Entity7, to a 4-0 game.
Again? Oh, now I have a roaming.
Yeah, roaming actually comes in there as they're able to find themselves a stun onto Shin. Now laying down the groundwork with that lantern flare. In comes Akashi with the demonic force. Is it going to be enough? We have he tried to ultimate him. He didn't even get him into the tower. And unfortunate for Octa Gaming, that's going to be another kill for the side of Entity7 to set up this Lord. Lucy tries to go in, is going to have to use that flicker to get away.
Now Saber pings Sagan because he's not there. That's the change tactics, okay? That's oh my god, Thanatos. My god, 0-3 in a row. Oh my god.
Yeah, Zaman Force has been laid out from V2 just to try to protect himself at this time. Look at the pressure that's being mounted. Saber in a little bit of trouble here, getting bounced up and down, has to use that flicker to get away on the back end. Segan trying the best he can to pour on some damage and stun for his team, but this is an all Entity7 game right now. They are just going to lanes, dominating. V2 might be in trouble. The wall was not close enough to the side. Zaman Force has been laid out there too as well, trying to put the damage onto Vagwin, but he does disengage. Meanwhile, the rest of the team starting to come in for support. Shen actually might have crossed into the wrong side here, but I mean, we're talking about Zushin here, who has just a huge offensive ability for their team right now.
I want to know what I'm thinking about this V2 fighting. Like, call an ambulance, but not for me. He just throw an ultimate and just dive in front of Doom, and Doom like, damn, need to run. It's cool, but it's also the force about we see V2 playing as your hero. And the tower is almost down, but we see Doom doing the proxy. Lucy changing, we have a lane swap right now. Harif goes to the bottom side. Also, the tower doesn't exist anymore in the bottom side. And 6-0 in this score. Entity7 have a best early game ever for them.
Oh, Saber, this is the problem. Big cooldown there, does use the Fatal Links to dash Akachi, but I don't even think he got under the tower there. Oh, Sequin is going to have to use that flicker to get out. From the back end, Lucy comes in, sprays down some damage, gets picked up again with the lantern flare. Akashi goes in underneath the tower, gets caught with the slow of the Zaman Force, and finally, Octa Gaming on the board with one, courtesy of V2, who was able to lay down that Zaman Force. Seekin able to get the kill there as well. Saber looking for an angle to get in here, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to counteract this out. That's going to be another turtle for the side of Entity7.
Oh, and remember, Akashi is the strongest player. Now he's in XP lane, but part of his history, like more championships he was a marksman in the past. So he take this switch and recently. It's the newest about him too. Not like King. King is the first tournament, right? But I think this third to second tournament we see Akashi in the XP lane. And he's adapted well, but we're seeing the difference about this game. Okay, normal.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, as we start scaling up there, I mean, we're looking for Doom to get some items. He'll be able to kind of enforce some of the mid to late game. Shin will start dishing out a lot more CC and damage. Akashi will start falling off. I feel like there is still hope for Octa Gaming, even though it does say 6-1. It's only about a 4K gold lead for the side of Entity7. Damage is going to start coming up for the side. Thanatos TZ is going to start getting more damage. V2 will. Saber will finally have some more survivability so that he's not constantly getting caught when he tries to look for some of these fatal links. So Entity7 needs to just be careful as we're moving into the 8.4 minute mark of this match. I think at about the 12-minute mark, we're going to start seeing things become a little bit more crazier as Octa Gaming will possibly start coming online. But so far, it has been all Entity7.
The Lord is coming, 20 seconds, and they will need to fight against them. I will try to stay about calm and not taking like, you know, you're so late. We have 4.4 gold and Entity7 will have in the front of you, and I think we will not have in the fight, okay? I guess? You will respect them?
Yeah. Yeah, right now, there's still no answer for Shen, who's been doing such a great job kind of putting on that suppressive fire, being able to create that distance. Speaking of which, on the back end, V2 able to find a kill on to hide on Bush. That's going to upset this first Lord, but they're not in the position to go ahead and contest that. V2 getting chased down. Saber, Segan, the rest of the team, Octa Gaming, a big tech charge onto the back end. Might cost V2, Akashi trying to chase him down. He's not going to be able to find it. Segan goes down for Octa Gaming as well. That's two more people. Zaman Force has been laid out. Down goes Thanatos. Teasy answered back immediately. Unfortunate for the side of Octa Gaming. V2 able to clap back, finds a kill of his own. It is 3-1 right now. Lucy gets picked up and put down, but that's a Uranus, so you're going to have a lot of tankiness. But that fight, a huge answer, allowing Entity7 to cleanly pick up this first Lord.
My god, Vagin's just Zoot's the unstoppable ultimates like choo-choo, all aboard, and everything goes chewed up. So everybody jumped. This cool, so cool. That's my boy. And they got the Lord. They got 3 turtles, 1 Lord. They are 3.5 in the gold. They have a 4 in the past, but this fight with 3 players down make the Octa grows a little. But now with the Lord, I hope the towers, the T2 makes something different for them.
Yeah, V2 starting to come online too. Ooh, you even see he got a Holy Crystal as well. So he's going to be able to be dishing out a huge amount of damage. It just is the rest of the team in a position to be able to allow him to put on a bunch of that damage. Wall comes down. Lord's going to have to like walk around it as well. Team in a good position here. Akashi engages onto the back line. Vagwin looking for an angle. They're just trying to protect Entity7 while Shin goes ahead, tries to pick up this purple buff as well. Lord is down at the bottom. Lucy catches Doom on the back end, but still has a decent amount of big tech charge lands on the 2 members, but they are not able to capitalize. That's going to give them the mid tower as well. V2 with the Zaman Force laying down some damage, dashing around, has full cooldowns that he needs, but Entity7 now turn their attention to the Octa Gaming jungle. Oh, they do find themselves a little bit. Saber gets taken down a wall, trapped him against the wrong side of Entity7. They able to find themselves a kill. 2 down, hide on Bush gets taken out. V2 answering back for his team.
Now I'm remembering something, just a RNG moment. V2 and Lucy was Dreammax players in the past season. And past week we see the Octa fighting against Dreammax and guarantees the 2-0. I don't know what was the feeling about them just to being kicked about the org and then just fight against him and win. So just something. Nice fight. They do a lot of things, and Entity7 just with the Lord. They don't get the second tower in the mid lane, but they also have some players, enemy players against. The problem is V2 is just going to this 4-0, they're going to the third item so well, and scales a lot of difference between Doom. Doom is the second time I see he just jumps to the front line and get just that. So I might thinking he just need to breathe a lot and left the team work because they are doing that nice fight. Akashi is a good frontliner. In the moment he's not going down with the timing machine because we know like the 20 minutes it's not working anymore at 0-0-0-0 maybe.
Yeah, you see that Saber's going to try to go into Vagwin, going to try to put on that damage. Do have ourselves a little bit of those fatal links coming out. Zaman Force onto the back end there. You see
that's my boy.
Trying to rain on the damage. Doom is able to hold him off. Akashi slamming down with the demonic force onto 3 members while Shin provides that backup suppressive fire in the form of the Lantern Flare. Last week we were talking, V2 had just picked up, he had picked up the Glaive. He already had Holy Crystal. I feel like there is a point here, Octa Gaming, they don't have to be so desperate for a lot of these engagements. Let it come. Lucy in a little bit of trouble here is going to take out. You can see on the back end, Thanatos comes in, hits them up with the Soul Sever. Down comes the Zaman Force. Lord knocks up 3 members as well. Down goes Vagwin. Saber on the opposite end. The Saber able to find a kill there as well. Akashi takes down V2, 2 down for the side of Octa Gaming, 3 down for the side of Entity7. Doom in trouble as Lucy picks up the kill on the bottom end as well. Akashi trying to get away, but being slowed by Segan, and that is going to be Octa Gaming picking up another kill and a free Lord.
That's so good. They split all these team fights, just use the Lord as a consequence about all these tanks they have. Vagin unfortunately dies first because he don't have his ultimate, so was in cooldown reduction ability, and sad. Also we have the Doom one more time trying to do what these things. He can get 1 kill, but was Lucy who brings his down after this. And it's about this, is the team fighting we have in the Entity7 with this composition who have the best early, the moment to shine. Now is Octa to scale, and also we say V2 is a strongest player and he does very well.
Yeah, he just needs his team to be able to kind of give him time. Fatal Links comes out there again as V2 trying to lay down the damage on the back end. V2 trying to create that space. He actually in trouble as Akashi, because Solo's in onto him, able to create that, able to close the distance, find V2. That's going to be a huge amount of damage. Lucy in trouble here, takes a huge amount of those electrifying beasts coming from Hyde on Bush. 14-11 right now, 47k to 48 as both teams going to have to reset on the map.
And remembering, the V2 with the Harriet is also a good matchmaking with Akashi. This Povels is strong against all the things who dashes in his front, so he gets more timings in the skills, he gets more CDR in the passive, so it's good a lot for him. Oh my god, Sagan.
Yeah, Sagan is down. Electrifying Beats able to take him down. Also, Lucy going to try to use that flicker. Has the immortality proc. In comes V2. Going to lay down the Zaman Force. Dashing in is not... Oh, Lucy able to find an escape. Looking for it. That is the tankiness and the regen ability you get from a Uranus pickup. Saber on the back end with Thanatos trying to lay down the damage. Wall traps off and splits off the team as Saber on the back end is able to get taken down. 3 down for the side of Octa Gaming. Minions pushing at mid.
Hyde on Bush used 2 times his ultimate in this fight, and it's not a big timer, like 40 seconds. It's like 30 seconds team fight, and he do this 2 times. Oh wow, they're trying to take this tower.
Lucy was alone at that mid tower, just putting on damage to try to clear out those minions. Lucy, what is Lucy
just standing
right
there?
Now? 1-1-6. You would think with the way that Lucy plays, you'd assume this Uranus is like 1-5-6. But Lucy has been doing such a great job, understands the character, understands, and is keeping up those stacks so that they have maximum healing ability as well. And you saw an example of it right there. Just being able to protect the high ground tower, goes in, clears out the minions, and then just walks away from Entity7. Little engagement trying to happen at top. You can see Saber looking, maybe a Fatal Links on the Shen. Not able to find it just yet as Shen uses that ultimate to get away. The rest of Octa Gaming now looking for a disengagement. Lucy might be caught here by Akashi on the back end as well. Fatal Links come out. Immortality has been procced. Bagwin dashes in deep, finding the kill onto Doom as Segan goes down as well. 2-1 right now, traded for both teams. V2 trying to go in with the Zaman Force. Shen able to find an escape. Thanos knows Teasy right there on his back and finds the kill onto Shen. 3 down for Entity7. Octa Gaming looking to possibly close this game out.
V2 is free in all these team fights, and I don't know why he's not focused, because we have a lot of ultimates. Good, Vagin again.
Oh, yeah,
so
he does
sorry
use
about
that
that.
Ice Crown as well. Thanatos TZ finds the kill onto Akashi. Bagwin's the only one left. I don't know if he has the tech charge, but that's going to be the wrap. Immortality here before Octa Gaming find them. Oh, they almost had another team wipe there. Doom comes up. Hide on Bush comes up as well. Octa Gaming think twice about trying to find this engagement, going to turn their attention to this next Lord.
And boy, the Octa Gaming just revive it. Just do the best fight ever. And as I say, V2 is free to fight again. We also have, as I said, if I can use a nice ultimate with the flick just for do the crowd control. But as I say, V2 just doing this momentum just for fighting and just for winning this fight. And also Sagan, good positioning. And we have the difference between the golds for 1k 400, 1k 400 in the case, and this complete build. Also have the defense item for him and regen, just for have more shield. That's good.
Yeah,
Oracle?
and I just saw when it comes to survivability in this Octa Gaming, I think I saw 3 immortalities on their side there. I don't think like I had 1. Hide on Bush just sold boots, so I think they're looking to try to get that immortality proc as well. But when it comes to this fight right now, Octa Gaming going to go ahead and charge in, locking onto Akashi. Hardy going to be able to find the kill. Nice Fatal Links comes out there. Thanatos TZ trying to raid down damage on the Bagwin. Immortality, Shin tried to get away. Down comes the Zaman Force. A huge amount of damage coming out. Shin and Bagwin are down as Octa Gaming looking to close out this first game. Segan finds a kill onto Hide on Bush, but taking tower shots they are. Lord right there. Octa Gaming, one last hit onto Doom, but Octa Gaming with game 1 under their belts.
Victory!
Well, what a match. Entity7 was doing well in the early game, and then once the 12-minute mark hit, V2 was taking it in. He was ripping on everybody, and he just did an amazing job bringing that back with his team and taking that win. What amazing plays.
Just love it how the team scales, just let the Harif know his ways. Unfortunately, we have something to say about the wrong way, because we see the Octa Gaming during this beginning of the game just trolling, because you do not say this early game composition who we saw against the Entity7 now. Then they just lost, doing the Akashi about to be 5-1-5 in the KDA, and that's not cool, not cool. But they also have the choices to bring back the valuable things in this composition and left Harich because V2 is also tired. Okay, I forget about this. How the name?
Parrying.
His back?
His back hurts.
Also V2 is having a back right now. Okay, and that's good. I like to see what I see, and let's go, because I want to see more and about this BO5.
Man, it was E7's early game to kind of lose there. I questioned it as soon as we started kind of like transitioning. You're gonna have Akashi's gonna start falling off. He actually, I feel like Phobius has a really hard cutoff that when he just like boom, all of a sudden he's not doing as much damage, and you transition from this thing that everybody's afraid of to nobody's afraid of you now, and they're able to kind of get the jump onto you. And when you're at that point, you didn't really have too much protection for Shen on that. There, you had the dashing abilities coming in from V2. Saber was doing a great job of being able to come in, find some of those fatal links, and I feel like we really overwhelmed a lot of the abilities of Entity7 to be able to get away. You're dodging fatal links, you're dodging pushes from the Valir, you're dodging Thanatos TZ trying to come in on you. There was so much for you to watch out for that it made it very well into that mid game. I feel like maybe Octa Gaming could have slowed down a little bit in the beginning. We were critiquing that a bit. You know that you don't have this early game, so why even try to contest the first turtle? You can see here, look at the damage coming out. Even Saber just getting caught and put down for the side of Octa Gaming.
And also we can say about Thanatos, who had a difficult life in the jungle, also have and invasions all the time. Also having Saber defending the jungle for him, but this makes the other part about Sigyn having other type of pressures, and he's like 0-4 in the game, and now we can see like this 10-4-1. This is
Yes, and
huge.
here we go. When the pressure was on, this player delivered, and deliver he did. V2 on Harith. 6-3, 11 KDA, 107.2 total damage, and 723 gold per minute. He did an amazing job bringing that back for his team. They started to be able to get control of the map. They got those 2 lords at the end, and he just did a wonderful job.
Yeah,
I
you could
have the
tell as it started moving to that mid game, when he started locking in items, started getting really good, and he got. I feel like it was a really early holy crystal that he got, and when you're at that point on the Harith, especially so early, he was just dishing out damage. All Octa Gaming needed to do was give him time, and he was able to kind of carry.
And we see the first fight with Luz, or V2 in the case, he making a 2v1 turning into his fight, just because he's an aggressive player. And Doom also can get this information, and 2 or 3 times we've seen he's just dying because of his trying to be confident. And V2 just nailed it. So he's a true player of this heritage.
True MVP.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you talk about being able to wait on your marksman, wait on the gold lane, don't take these fights until the gold lane has the opportunity that they need. And they did just that. They were able to kind of elongate this game long enough for V2 to turn it around until you were at the last point and had themselves a very dominating victory.
Yes, they really did a wonderful job. Just the fact that they didn't hesitate at the end. They were able to turn things around after having to deal with Entity7's dominance in the beginning of the game. Shows how well that they believe in their team.
I've seen a payback doing this Octa Gaming is good, so good. And I'm afraid to see the next game when Octa Gaming just win the early.
You think that they're going to win early?
Maybe.
It depends on the draft, right?
Yeah.
For me, it's interesting because as a first draft, we drafted Atlas and Valier. These aren't exactly priority meta heroes, and they got the victory, which means not only did they get the win, but they also have 2 positions where they have meta picks very much available for them. So being able, and I feel like that's a great point that comes with using this type of drafting style, the global bans, is your ability to be victorious with outside the meta picks. Like that, the Valier, the Atlas out there as well. It really helps to solidify yourself and give you that breathing room you need with this draft. Because I mean, now you've got a lot of things that are still open. Meanwhile, on the other side, Entity7, they had a lot of straight edge, just in the meta type of pickups there as well. And now you don't get to use those anymore. And you wasted them basically on a loss.
Oh. This is sad. And also, if the Octa just lose the game, it's not, how can I say, it's not the worst way, because you just use 2 picks alt meta, so they also can have the meta in the next episode, so okay.
Yeah, just being able to leave everything open like that. That would be in their favor for the next matches, especially with a best of 5, right?
Yeah.
They need to make sure that they secure it later on.
Sometimes it almost gets a little greedy. Well, I love watching all of these matches. Sometimes I just want to, when it comes to global bans, sometimes I just want to kind of, I just want to cut, like, can I just transport to game 5? Because I want to see what picks we have. Sometimes it's really exciting to see what some of those picks are going to be for some of these guys to kind of come up with maybe something that you guys are favoring with, or that you play with that you don't think is too meta. And a lot of the meta is shaped around how dangerous certain heroes are because they're always picked. And that means that, okay, there's certain things that just aren't picked because there's always that counter out here. Here, now we might be able to see some of those pickups and where they're at. Marcel, still a priority ban for both of them, like I said. Entity7 is one of those teams who has already shown, you give us the Marcel, we're gonna be able to use it, and we're gonna be able to use it successfully.
Steadfast.
They're taking Sora off the board this time around as well. In the first match, it wasn't priority to take him out. This time, they want to make sure that he's not a factor in the matches, as he has really great CC and initiation. So.
Love it. Then we have the Entity7, who was Akashi just used the Povius, and now he's getting banned. I don't know if Povius is really a thing here. Remembering sometimes in the past championships, Lucy is also a good player with the Dragon, the Yisumshin player, and other heroes like Lapu Lapu. So he can have these two other options inside the or I don't know.
Well, the plan might not be to hinder Lucy as much as maybe open up the Valentina pickup for your side so that you don't have that threat of a Phobius to kind of get back there and really be able to close the distance on you. Yeah, especially because like Phobius isn't, like you said, Phobius isn't really a meta pickup. It just kind of, it depends on where you're looking to counter, where you're looking to kind of get your strength for your side. Entity7 on the blue side again will have the first pickup. I'm wondering if it will be that bad. No, it's going to be the Harley pickup. So yeah.
Harley it is.
Was banned in the second. Also the Entity7 who's banned Harley is the second ban of them. I remembering now, and I'll have now in the second game first pick Harley. Okay, they have the Suyu. No, they don't have Suyu, but they have the Leomord if they want it. Just to respond.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're taking the Harley and make sure they really want to get in and out quickly to probably get those squishies as quickly and as fast as possible and give themselves the upper hand. They were taking out Guinevere here. And, oh, they picked up the Zushin.
I'm not gonna lie, every single time I see that a team has left open Zushin, I kind of roll my eyes because I don't think I've seen a really successful counter to the Zushin pickup. I feel like every single time it's picked up, it's pretty dominant, and I feel like it's the energy spent to counter a Zushin rather than just, I don't know, giving up a Guinevere or a Boxy. I feel like it's really huge there for both of them. Right now, we do have the real world manipulation out there. They scoop up the Eve, especially because Hylos is on the other team. You definitely don't want to give up that tag team to each other for the side of Entity7. And looking for that last pickup for Octa Gaming.
Didn't they pick up the Zushin on Entity7 side and they went against the Uranus? I feel like Uranus is like a big boulder that they can't really deal with, right? And for Zushin, she's picking it up and dropping it back down because he's like regenerating too fast or he's not dying. So I think that would be that counter for the Zushin. But usually other things can't really go against that. I've only seen that twice where it happened, where Uranus was chosen and went against Zushin, and they always did win, the team that had the Uranus.
See value in me?
Your team is
You should.
Just throwing some words to the wind, I miss Zask a lot. I truly miss that because I remember when he had some few changes, not for more that basic attacks and just for this television. I don't know how you guys tell about the first skill of him, we here in Brazil call this television the tubes, boxes of TV. So I'm missing a lot of this. Also, Aurora, he was a good player, he's a good hero, and we're not seeing this anymore. And we're not seeing Zushin here, and we have a lot of controls we have in Mage's control to just stop her, and no, they don't like it. They don't care.
A lot of the mages like that. I think I was talking about this. I don't know if I was talking to Zena or if it,
you were talking about how
Aurora was
is
one
like
of
a
those
sitting
picks.
duck.
Yeah, a lot of the mages that are heavily picked up here, they have something that in their pockets for when they get engaged upon. It's only a matter of time until the mage is caught. Zushin uses her ultimate; she can be able to get away. Eve with her ultimate gets a whole bunch of shielding that she can use. What am I talking? Zexion has that passive that if you get too close to her, it's basically like a flame shot that creates distance with you. So there's so many mages. Lilia, black shoes to be able to get away. So many of these mages have escapings that to the point where it's almost a known fact. They're gonna get caught. You have a tool to be able to disengage from the team. And unfortunately for some of them, like Aurora, Vexana, a lot of those who used to be great right now in the current meta, it's just like you're a sitting duck if you're a mage. They're gonna be able to close the distance. If you don't have anything left, it's gonna be a problem for you and your team.
They look like they have massive CC on the side of Octa Gaming here, with Rizla, Hylos with his slow, Zushin. I think that's gonna be really helpful for Bruno in the late game, and the fact that he can dish out that damage, like kicking big boulders at people, like you were saying before. Oh.
That's new. That's new. That's new. Okay, Thanatos as I say to you guys, Thanatos is a new player and he had a lot of championships, so he do this, but it's not common in Brazil. These things happens. It's not a popular hero in Brazil, Gusion, okay, or Latam. We don't see this with that normal thing. And also in jungle, because outside we see sometimes Gusion in the mid lane with the Petrify sometimes, but okay, it's different. I like it. Let's go.
I don't think he's been a popular pick since before these Naruto skins came out. And now suddenly everybody's wanting to use him. But man, as we go ahead and lock in both of these compositions, it's gonna be very interesting. We especially dipping outside the box here, got the little Gusion pick up there as well. Tarizla been making a comeback. We talked about some of the changes. Got that no more mana cooldown, or no more mana for him, so he can basically spam his abilities on cooldown. But Henrique, why don't you go ahead and take us into game 2?
Okay, my boys, let's get into the Rumble! And we need to see who will win to seed 1. First match was for Octa. All Entity7 needs to make this draw or see the Octa Gaming close to the win this match. So who will win? Let's find it out.
Yeah, a very interesting draft here coming from Octa Gaming. Oh, Shin able to find, what are we at the 46-second mark? Immediately Shin able to find a kill onto Saber. I was gonna say I'm a little iffy about some of these picks coming from Octa Gaming, but this is basically shades of the second. Oh, hide on bush right there. Thanatos TZ in trouble, taking a lot of damage. Shin able to find the kill, but on the backside, Vegwin gets taken out and answered in reply by Shin. 3-1 in favor of Entity7. What was I gonna say about about the draft? I was gonna say that last time I was a little confused about some of the picks that they had. Oh, shit again.
Oh my God,
finds a kill. They are coming in spades right now. They know they have the early game. They are not gonna waste it like they did in the last.
It's funny to see how the first time we see Saber doing a 2v2 with Sagan side to side him, it's the strongest 2v2, and he dies. Last game, he just do the protecting jungle all the time, and left Sigyn alone, and he's fine. But the first 2v2, this happens. Oh my god.
Yeah, immediately blown up by Hide on Bush and that deadly magic. I was wondering where the heck his health went. He thought he was very, very tanky. Got caught by a taunt by Veglin on that Gadakacha, and that's going to be a free turtle for Entity7. I feel like they learned. Last game, I feel like they were a little bit passive in the early game, allowed Octa Gaming to get to that mid and late game. Here, they're like, bro, we are going to take pedal to the metal here. We're going to zoom our way to getting to that mid or late game, or we're going to take so much advantage of this early caught between 4 members. Saber in trouble on the back end. We do have a blazing duet that does land onto Thanatos. He's in a little bit of trouble there. Lucy tries to come in, but able to score the kill. Hide on Bush. Doom finds a kill of his own as well. Vagwin in trouble. Sigyn is able to find the kill there as well, then actuates the ultimate to be able to get away. 7-2 right now for Entity7.
Now Sigyn have 2 more kills, but also Shin have 2 more assistants, and I don't know if this is right, this is worth about the Octa Gaming. One more time, just doing the all-in in some hero and just going wrong because Hanobush just have this skills just to dash and not dash, blink. Is the right way? Blink. Dash is more like the Thanatos doing, and it's not cool. They need to farm, they need to get more gold, and then do a pick off, because a fight against a team who already made a 5-0 in the score is not a positive.
Yeah, you can see that already that Entity7 is starting to refuse that purple buff to Thanatos TZ, trying to take down some of those cooldowns for some of those combos he likes to do. Lucy goes down off screen at the bottom. Octa Gaming having some trouble here. I feel like, I mean, last game, I feel like their confidence grew when it came to trying to draft some off-meta pickups here. Maybe we strayed a little bit too far from the meta. Saber gonna have to use that that ultimate, the glorious pathway, to try to get out of harm's way. Now down to 10%, is gonna have to look for a quick way home. This is gonna be a free turtle for Entity7.
One more free turtle, and they don't get it. Nothing. Octa Gaming just watching the game, and Harley just doing the snowball. That's normal because we've seen it just like Suyu, Harley, and almost assassins in the general do this kind of thing. Thanatos just do a first.
Down at the top. Saber next to the line.
No.
Hide on Bush finding the kill there. Akashi finds a kill on the Thanatos TZ at the bottom. Now, suddenly the smoke clears. There's only 2 members of Octa Gaming left at an 11-2 game at the 5-minute mark. Lucy looking for an escape. Shin was chasing him down. That's going to be a free tower. Up at top, a free tower. Down at bottom. And man, Entity7, I feel like they got a little angry with that first game.
So we can call the BO3 right now? Nope.
I mean,
okay. I have my thinkings about this game. It's not positive for Octa Gaming. Remembering the past game, they just like suffering a lot in this early game, and then they just have the payback. But now, seeing this Octa Gaming having 11-2, I don't know. Oh my god!
Yeah, big amount of damage onto the back side there. Lucy and Sigyn took it, and Thanatos TZ in a little bit of trouble here. He might be able to find it. Comes in with the Gushin. Full combo lands on them, but he was not able to take them down. Entity7 is so far ahead, and this is kind of the problem when it comes to a Gushin pickup. Now that even when you land your full combo on members and they're still able to kind of brush it off and walk away, it's kind of the value. 7K gold lead, 11-2 right now, and I believe they've taken out all the tier 1 towers for Octa Gaming.
Just 3 towers. It's so good for 6 minutes in game. Just to have a nice score. You have 3 towers, 2 turtles. Now 3, I guess. I don't think the Octa Gaming will fight against it. Maybe? No. Okay. No. So 3 turtles is the best early game you ever had.
Yeah, it's It gives you a good amount of wiggle room, especially that mid tower, which kind of opens up the map. That means that your Octa Gaming doesn't have as far back that they can, or has a huge amount of distance that they need to cover to be able to get away. Vagwin comes in there with the Avatar of the Guardian. We do have the real world manipulation laid down, while Shen, with great positioning, was inside that bush, so you can't even see where Shen is when he lays down that ultimate. 11-2 right now. Entity7 just having an absolutely good game. You can see there Doom on the bottom side, able to clear out that tower, and that was immediately he's going to go ahead and start clearing off this jungle and looking to maybe get to the opposite side of the map to duplicate and get that tier 2 tower at the top.
Now we have the tower, the second tower in the bottom lane. Just drop it down. Really? They try to start? Really?
Yeah, and then they start the fight here. Saber and Segan, they are going to get back to their tower. I like that. I like that they were so close to the tower that was their immediate thing, which kind of like mentions to me, why even start that fight? You weren't going to be able to. What was the best? Oh, Thanatos in trouble. Tries to use that dash to get away, but immediately Doom right there to catch him with the blazing duet, and that's going to be another Thanatos TZ death. 0-4 for Thanatos TZ right now.
You're being readed. Just for this split, he tries to push some lane, and then he just found Entity7 entirely just for beat him. And again, about Lucy in the dive. Oh my god, what's happening in this game?
Yeah, Saber took a big stun coming out from Akashi and the Lapu, and then the full brunt of the Bravest Fighter stance there as well. So a lot of damage coming out. Entity7 not making the mistake of the first game. They're got this game very close to the chest, continuing with the pressure, continually trying to get those kills. There was one point where I was like, okay, this is all right. Entity7 has 4 kills, but they don't have a tower, so they're not able to transition it to that. And then like 2 minutes later, there's 3 towers left for Octa Gaming. I'm just like, well, they're doing what they should be. They have everything that they need. They're checking all the boxes to be successful here. A lot of things that we saw from the last game that were maybe a little questionable, I feel like they cleaned up, maybe just had some cobwebs they needed to shake out from them, because this is like almost a completely different team from the first game.
Remembering the 8 minutes lord, the first lord is just for broke some second towers in the game. And now he just don't have any second tower. He's just going directly to a T3, and what we see is not there. No, don't have the explosion. The 3T in the top side don't have the explosion to just hold this lord, and he's coming.
Yeah, I already saw Hideout Bush has gotten the Holy Crystal as well. Doesn't have the penetration he needs just yet, but that already means that the moment he goes in with the Deadly Magic, you're going to be looking at like maybe a third, maybe a quarter of health left on there. Akashi lingering inside the enemy base, just daring them to come at him, showing how far they... Oh, actually, Thanatos TZ goes in, but almost takes a Bravest Fighter stop, is able to dash himself to safety at the bottom lane. Saber fighting it out with Doom. Segan tries to get away. A double there for Doom as the rest of Entity7 looking to close out this game. We're only at the 11-minute mark here. In trouble is V2 trying to put it on the Doom. You can see the attack damage starting to go onto the core. 11-38 and Entity7 able to tie up the series.
Wow, I was talking about a fast game before, but this one was even quicker. Entity7 was not letting go of Octa Gaming's win the first round, and they made sure to show them who was boss this time around. With starting off strong and making sure that they kept consistent and staying strong the entire time to take that win for themselves.
I don't know why this just happened, because we've seen like a 9 minutes don't have the tower 3 in your base, and this is not normal. The first lord to just do this, so it's a nice work we've seen here to the Entity7, and they are back. They are so back at this game, and now I'm afraid because I see Octa in this first game just surfing a lot of pressure. They just fight back. They just turn around the goals and then wins the game. And here we don't see Octa Gaming anymore. We just seen all the time the Entity7, all the rage, all the fury, all the things they need to put out because of their last loss, and winning, making this BO5 turn into a BO3.
I feel like I feel
Go
like
ahead.
Gus got shut down like in the beginning, so that totally, like you were saying before about how those assassins are having a harder time, you know, doing well as long if they're shut down in early, then they have a harder time to kind of regain that momentum, right?
He had a sky piercer as well. There are times that you have to do a double take. It almost feels like, I mean, at 0-5, you should probably have negative stacks on Sky Piercer. That's how bad you're doing in the game. And
I need to defend him. I need to defend my boy.
Okay.
Remembering past game, he was 0-4 and turns to a 10-4. Okay.
Well, he turned that, but he was a tankier hero this time around.
Oh no, we will not remember this here. Okay, left him.
You don't want to remember this one. Okay, well, we'll see what we got next.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and put this up on the shelf for. This was kind of a practice game for them.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
There was.
I don't know
why. I feel like we got a little confident with our drafting ability to try to pick some of these off picks here. We got Lucy on the Terizla, and then you have the Guzhin kind of come in. Like I said, assassins just aren't in a great place right now. And oh my god, and Shen, he's already been one of those ones that I feel like you have to watch out for on Entity7. Him and Hide on Bush have just always been performing here. 5, 0, and 8. Yeah, with
you always comment on
the luscious hair that he has.
Remembering he have this 5 kills in less than 2 minutes in the game, because we have 1 minute game, then the countdown starts, he just picked up 3 kills, 4 in the night, and then he just, look at him, he just going straight to the gold lane and pick up more kill, just doing the flash and 4 skills, and that's it, 5-0 in the beginning of the game.
Man,
the game is over.
Positioning was on point, just really great at being there for the team, making sure they stayed back enough to lay down that CC for his team to do what they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, it was a different team than we saw from the first game, and I kind of am wondering if maybe we're at a point you have basically I say this with the greatest respect. You have 4 off picks that you just did for the side of Octa Gaming. Maybe this is kind of filler for them to be able to kind of, all right, we're gonna make them waste some of these picks. I don't want to call it throwing, but if we win, great. If we don't win, it's not going to be that tragic because it's just a Terizla. It's just a Guzhin that nobody would have picked before. So now maybe we're at a point where we're going to start honing in onto the meta, because I want to say Octa Gaming has not struck me as in the same way that I believe it was Influence Rage, where they just went so far outside the box that it was just like, they're so comfortable with being away from the meta. Here, Octa Gaming, this is just kind of a really big change that I've not seen from them before, where it comes to some of these picks just kind of out of left field, just ones that you don't see as usually, that have pretty prominent weaknesses.
Maybe they're trying to give them a false sense of hope. With, you know, they're picking these oddball picks and they're like, okay, we're just gonna let them think that they're doing an amazing number. We're gonna come back at the end, leaving all those things open for ourselves so we can come back strong, you know? I'm trying to be positive here. I don't know.
Okay, and you're right. And I see maybe Octa Gaming wants to do the same thing about the drafting phase, because remembering these guys just win the game, so we see Entity7 just raging against them and winning. Now is the part of Octa Gaming just rage backs and do another game like for 8 minutes.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
gonna
no.
be very
Oh.
interesting. I'm just gonna say, I guess we're gonna see when it comes to this next draft where we go from here. I think we're starting to hit that zone. Well, I think next game, the game after the next is where we're gonna be when it comes to kind of seeing some of those. Well, what I would expect to be some kind of crazy pickups. We've already started seeing that from Octa Gaming right from round one. They just went ahead and started. Maybe that's what it is. Like I think we're all kind of settled on the same thing. Is that maybe they wanted some of those outside picks at the beginning, and then we're gonna start settling down into the meta as we kind of progress. It'll be very interesting, just because, man. It was a little rough, especially against the team. Like I said, when it comes to Shen, Haidon, Bush, I want to say some of the prominent players from Entity7 who just always do a good job. Just like when I was talking about our first series, these are just two consistent players that even when they do occasionally lose, I think Entity7 lost one to 9Z Globant at one point. They lost one, but then the other games they were just so dominant. And it can be so curious to me because I think I commented last week too. Like it's like a completely different team. When they're on. They're so good. They're communicating. It feels like every single, especially in the early game. The early game, like they were on fire. You talked about it where Shen basically had 3 or 5 kills, like in the opening 5 minutes. It's like there wasn't a point where it felt like Octa Gaming had control, and that's unfortunate for a composition like they had.
Well, before we move on, let's quickly let you guys know, the community, please like and subscribe and share this stream to make sure that, everyone else can view us and get our name out there so we can grow in this community, right? We want NA to do well, and we would love for you to be a part of it. So please like, comment, subscribe. And also, check out our socials.
Yeah, I feel like we talked about it before. Big hello to our Filipino and Indonesian friends broadcasting us. You can find us on MLBB NA Esports, MLBB BR Esports, MLBB ES Esports, MLBB Esports,
Everywhere.
There's I think any kind of combination you put in the YouTube, at some point you're gonna find these streams. So more power to it. But yeah, it's been amazing so far. Especially like I said, this is kind of we're at a brand new ground, brand new situations where we've got the entire South and North American region competing together in a tournament where they will face off against each other. And Henrique has had the privilege of being able to see both right up in front, a front seat to both regions.
That's cool, because remembering in the past when I was a caster from South League, now I'm the North case, so it's a little different being in another universe, I guess. But it's cool to be back. Well, remembering past week I was in the place of Takashi. He is one caster, and XX. He was a pro player, and now he's a casting member, and he lost his voice, and I was there to just, yay, I'm here. Yeah. But was in the Brazilian way, so I can speak Portuguese, and it's fine. But now I'm here in the South League. I have the knowledge, but also talking English. I'm trying to do my best.
You are
here, okay?
amazing. You're doing amazing.
Okay.
But
Thanks for
good. Of course, no problem.
So cute.
And people
But let's go.
ban here, in my opinion, right? Harith, they can't choose Harith.
Yeah. Okay, remember this is a normal thing, right? Sometimes we don't think. And I'm truly serious about this, because sometimes we see all these things happens a lot, and we see this, we don't try to talk about it, because just have the feeling about being so boring to say like, oh, so you lost a ban again. It's
Well,
okay.
this is the first time I feel like they've done this here in the South right now.
Oh, so good. They're learning.
Yes.
So they're learning.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out a way to turn this, that the Harith ban somehow
Don't have it.
works it's a mind thing.
Don't try
We
it.
got Marcel ban, Ivy ban, Guinevere ban.
I have the experience
man.
to say, don't try it. Just let it go.
Yeah, they're unfortunate. Maybe a little bit of experience showing more for Entity7. They're able to get that win and they're able to take that initial loss and bounce back. Here, Octa Gaming, maybe there's some frustration showing out from them when it comes to some of these picks, when it comes to some of their drafts. And that's where Entity7 kind of has them, where they're able to kind of recoup. They, like I talked about before, you just wipe off that dust and you try again. Here, gonna go ahead and see where that priority lies for Octa Gaming. For most, I believe it's gone to the mid lane. The mid lane priority for a lot of these picks. We're gonna see where Octa Gaming goes. I believe Zushin is not available for either of these sides. We still do have Sora out there. Oh, but we're gonna go ahead and land on the carry for Octa Gaming.
The carry,
It's normal.
carry for the end. If she gets to that late game, she will shred. So let's see what the lineup that Entity7 has to deal with that.
Now the Octa Gaming just threw a card and say, be careful with your tanks, be careful what you pick for, because carry is a strong laner against them. And about Octa again, they trying to scale the game, trying to search for this late game. It's good, but if the Entity7 have a knowledge about this, just trying to be the early game aggressor again, it's the okay, Hilda, as I was thinking.
Hilda Kimmy and I believe the Fredrin is still an option for the side of Octa Gaming to pick up here. A lot of these early game Hildas have kind of been very surprising for me, because I feel like especially with Suyu taking off the board there, a Fredrin pickup, and or a Leomord, who's still very strong as well, can really kind of make a Hilda kind of like rethink that early game harassment that you really want to do.
Well, that's Glue here being chosen, maybe targeting Hilda to kind of keep her away. Oh, then Sora gets picked up here with the CC. Oh, I don't know, this one's going to be a match for sure.
They have the Valentina? No? They can ban?
Valentina's still an option, I believe, for both teams.
And then,
But remember, who wants to?
A lot.
Who needs to? I can't think. Oh no. Valentina is not an option now for Entity7 because they already have the Sora, and I don't think they about the XP lane. So they will not put the Valentina in the XP lane because we don't have more transformations like Lucas in the Octa Gaming or things like that. So it's a free pass to Entity7 to have the ban just because of this, because it's a counter, and they are also having other thinkings about other heroes to make the composition fluid.
Yeah, they do go ahead and ban out the Valentina just so that they don't see it's against their Sora. And we still have, I want to say we have been very light today when it comes to some of the Yu Zhong pickups that, from what I've seen, while Yu Zhong doesn't really match against the Sora, in like being able to battle her or battle him in the lane, it does help to provide some type of fear to the enemy team, the same that Sora does. You can get to that back line without much being able to stop you, and then you can just touch down, petrify, and just exude a huge amount of damage onto the enemy team. Where if you can kind of match that, at the very least against a Sora, if you can't match him in lane, you can at least match what he brings to the team fold.
I think the Sora have more time control against the backline enemy than Yu Zhong, because Yu Zhong have the sustained momentum. He has the strongest about this, but he need to stack, and sometimes we have a lot of pressure in this meta, also in control and also in the mobility. So for him, it's difficult to just do everything. And Sora, it's easy because he have little CCs just for his ultimates. He wants just to take some time and easy ways to. Okay, forget what I want to say. I'm going to the
And then TN
human
here with
research.
the
So right,
CC from
I'm going to
anywhere in the map. So he's like, I'm gonna pick Yuzong right now, just to prove you wrong.
I was not saying that not we will have a Yuzong, but I was always saying that the improvements and the quality about Sora is better than a Yuzong. But okay. Okay. I will not cry, okay? I will not cry. A lot. Just a little. Why does it do this?
A very interesting composition coming out of here from Entity7. I feel like from Octa Gaming, finally, we've kind of settled on to going back to believing in the meta here. Nolan is, for me, Nolan has always been a 50-50 shot. I feel like he's an assassin. He needs things to go very well for him in the early game for him to kind of continually put on pressure. I feel like right now it's very easy to upset that momentum that Nolan needs to constantly be successful, constantly get the rotation, constantly getting kills and fed, and eventually he's going to get caught by something, and it's going to lead to a rough engagement for his team. Here, we're going to see what Octa Gaming has in store, especially against this composition.
About compositions, I like to see how Entity7 makes something grateful for on early game, just because Vagin has the Hilda, just because Bush have the mobility, but remembering about the snowball section, Thanatos is a good fighter. He had a lot of quality about sustain, and in his side he had Saber and Lucy, who also have a sustain, so we have a lot of regeneration right now. And we have some burst coming from the Entity7. How about the transformation in Assassin about Akashi, Bush with the combo, and Shim sometimes about the middle to the late game scale. So let's see.
Yeah, when it comes to answers and back and forth, I'm a little scared for the side of Entity7. What do we do against Glue? I feel like every single person on the side of Entity7, there's nobody that really has an answer except for hope Vaglin takes the ultimate and can run away from your team. Otherwise, I feel like it's going to be one of these just offensive things that you just don't have an answer for, unless at some point during mid game, Shin just completely outscales Saber and is just a shredding on a lot of these hits. It's gonna be very rough to see how that goes down. But both teams here tied at 1-1 apiece, looking to potentially get themselves ahead in this best of 5.
Okay. I'm a little bit nervous about this BO5 right now, because as you all know, it's a seed 1 and a free vacation to the team just doing your things, okay, playing the older games or continue training, seeing how the tournament's going on. So have a good moment.
Yeah, I feel like the best of 5 can be going in anyone's favor. The fact that the games are, there's more games to go along, and the global bans make it way harder for them to. They have to be more strategic with their picks, right? They got to make sure that they strategize and find the right. They have to be better at different heroes. There's a lot that goes into it. Also, Entity7 is doing amazing right now, but at the same time, do they have that big hero pool to be able to come back later on?
I mean, you're matching hero pools against hero pools. I feel like it's a very interesting question, seeing as Octa Gaming kind of had 4 off picks. So I don't know if they don't have to be as worried about a hero pool moving into some of these later games. Here we see a pretty standard meta draft. There was no surprises, nothing that we really had to think on and be like, I'm not sure if that's going to work well. In fact, I kind of like their draft here, maybe a little bit more than I do like Entity7's, because I feel like there's more consistency on the side of Octa Gaming, so it's going to be very interesting. It'll be interesting. I like I said, this is what it's all about. I love watching these games 5s, these game 4s when it comes out. We're at game 3. Like I said, I feel like game 3, we have a pretty standard amount. You're still inside the meta. There's not really much there's not much desperation in the air for it. Then when you get to that game 4, that game 5, hopefully when we get to that game 6 further down the line in the playoffs as well.
Do you think that they'll have an answer for the Sora? Is that what you're saying? Like, I know you were saying Yuzong kind of do something to kind of get to the back line because he can use his dragon and kind of go, but what else is there to stop Sora?
Sora is at this very unique point where I personally, my style is like, I'm not trying to stop Sora. I'm just trying to do the same thing that Sora does, which is she's going to be a threat to my backline. I'm going to be a threat to her backline with Yuzong. And try to create that same type of urgency. So you basically negated that to the point that you're putting the trust on your teammates. Like, hey, I'm doing the same thing she is. You guys need to get away. I'll try to get their team members. They're gonna try to get our team members. So you've kind of negated that option. It's like getting a kill and then dying. It doesn't put you ahead, but it doesn't put you behind necessarily. So, but that's just the unique place that Sora is in right now. And that's why I say like Yuzong for me is probably one of those options, not because it matches her, not because it does anything better, but just because it kind of provides the same type of offensive ability. For me personally, I don't know, Enrique, do you see it differently when it comes to dealing with the Sora?
For me, I know about the Yuzong have more aggressive momentums in the game, especially in the early game. Sora, he's capable of doing the early game good, and if he wants to be aggressive, he have the flexibility to change to an assassin or just to scale to the middle late game during this fighter mode and just applying the CC. So he is good at this, but if you're trying to scale with the Yuzong, you can't have the same flexibility as the Sora does, because in the late game you know, and almost a lot of soldiers don't have the force to maintain a team fight. He just suffers a lot. He just not will be more aggressive. He can be more sustained because they will buy some Katakura, half-life, the name about the item about the regeneration who cuts in
Life
half.
steal?
Yeah, no, the other way, not the life steal, the
Anti-heal?
negative. Yeah, anti-heal. So anti-heal is just the official counter about Yuzong again. So about it, he just turns the dragon to a lizard in this game. And Sora continues to be the force because of all this control, and that's good.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. Yuzong has a huge falling off point. Even alone by himself has a huge falling off point. But then when you're comparing it to a Sora, I feel like you're just trying to get to a point where Sora, the team is so behind that Sora just can't take advantage of it. But ladies and gentlemen, finally, we are getting into the third game of Entity7 taking on Octa Gaming. Both of these teams looking to get themselves a leg up, sitting at 1-1 apiece. Oh, already Vaguewin goes down, and that's going to be a kill for Octa Gaming. Shin going to have to use that flicker. Doom in trouble, but finds a kill onto Thanatos TZ.
That's also 1 minute game. Can we please just spare the fights to the turtle. I can't even take it anymore. It's just, again, it's the second game. NC7 just turned aggressive. But it's cool because Octa Gaming just picked up some kill. But kills are in the Doom. Oh, poor V2, because Doom is already a strong early gaming marksman. And one item just changed a lot of things. And then we see Shin with the 2 assistants is good for him, but Sagan with 1 kill is different too. Let's see. Oh, whoa. It's good. Oh
yeah,
my god, Shin. Oh no.
They tried to engage. They actually might be in trouble. Saber finds a kill onto Shen. Vaguin might be down for the count as well. Saber gets turned around 3-on-1 on the back end. Segan was trying to throw down that suppressive fire, but it wasn't enough. 2-4 for Entity7 right now, as it does open up the game for Entity7 to scoop themselves up a Lord, and a little bit of a late dragon coming out from the side of Octa.
So funny seeing Shin just do the fly against the wall, then he drops also in the Saber controlling, and then he just have not flash and just accept it because we don't need to do nothing. That's cool. But Octa Gaming tries to do more, and also Entity7 have 2 kills, and ooh, this is really happening.
Yeah, I mean, this is just this. We were talking about what do you need to do to be successful on an assassin pickup, and that's control the early game. Get those kills onto your assassin too. Iron Bush sitting at 2 kills already at the 3-minute mark. They're sitting at 2 and 5 right now. The rotations are on fire for Entity7.
Yeah, Saber.
Saber actually uses that split to be able to kind of get on top of the head. Vaguin in trouble. Segan is right there to blow him up. 3-5 right now. Octa Gaming trying to hang on with the oppressive early game of Entity7.
They are responding, and that's good. They will not change the fact they are lost in the score, but they also have something to being aggressive to now hide on Bush. From Vic2, oh my.
Yeah, V2 in a little bit of trouble here. Takes an entire fracture, but still survives. So it doesn't look like Entity7 had enough. And that was a very interesting gank too. Just for the fact that they didn't have any minions. So maybe you do get the kill onto V2, but you wouldn't have been able to really push onto the tower. And that I feel like sometimes that is something that a lot of teams kind of overlook. Like they kind of get a little bit kill hungry and don't really figure out how this can lead to an objective. A little bit of a flicker comes out there from Segan to dodge the ultimate coming out from Shen. Now it's going to go ahead and push the rest of Octa Gaming away while Entity7 try to focus up on this turtle. Saber looking for an angle, going to try to protect his mid laner. Segan goes down, now trying to make a big break of it. A lot of damage going on to Vaguin. That's going to be 1-for-1, 4-6 right now. Hide on Bush, finds himself a turtle, and immediately finds a kill onto Lucy. The rest of Octa Gaming looking for an escape. Out comes the stun, but it's not enough. Akashi finds himself a kill as well. 5-9 in favor of Entity7.
The truly funny here is by Octa Gaming just having the skills, but having the skills in the... Oh, hold on.
Oh,
that's right.
God.
That's right.
Oh my God! It was like a cartoon. Sega just got smashed into the ground like a nail.
And the funny fact is Vagin is dying for his team, and this is also good. Okay, Shin is also dying, but it's best. The better way is to have the skills to the enemy team is more by the roaming and the tank lines. In the other side, Entity7 have a lot of kills, and again, okay, he survived. And it's split because we see Sagan land 2 times, Saber 3, and we have Lucy 2 and Thanatos 3. So this is the difference about this, and Entity7 has a more controlling here. Is that right?
What great control from Akashi to go ahead and spin Thanatos TZ around. Now you have Shen on the back end too. Thanatos TZ might have overstepped. Out comes the Black Dragon, looking to provide some type of support for his teammate. Finds the kill onto Shen. Big Fury of the Phoenix comes out with the stun. Lucy gonna be able to get away scot-free with a kill in his pocket.
I don't know if I think maybe Shin is sad, but also he's dying, but having your assistance is good, so him making part of his team anyway. I don't know, always him needs to falling down. I don't know why he's this feeling right now, but Bugging is also here. Saber looking this brush. Pick it up, hide on bush. We'll try to ult. Okay. He tried, I know.
That's the unfortunate. Oh, Saber takes a lot of damage. Actually, gonna get hit with that ultimate. Is it going to be enough? Saber uses the split to get away at the bottom. Thanatos TZ uses that Phantom Steed to actuate a fight here. Entity7 all over the purple buff, while V2 looking for an escape. Bagwin comes in running. V2 takes a heap of damage, now surrounded by Akashi. Uses that flicker, but it is not enough. 12 kills for Entity7. Bagwin scoops himself up another kill onto V2, while Entity7 scooped themselves up a Lord, or a turtle.
Yes, a turtle. And against an early and fast beginning to Entity7. Now Octa is fighting too, having your kills also in the Lucy hands and Sagan, but it's not like a good thing. Like, don't feeling this is good for them, like the 6 kills. Also, the Entity7 have more potential here.
Yeah,
okay.
Fury of the Phoenix comes out, lands onto Entity7, but I feel like that was mostly used defensively to try to create that distance. Ooh, look at the damage coming out. Doom is absolutely throwing boulders at Octa Gaming, and down goes Thanatos TZ. The rest of reinforcements come in for Octa Gaming as Entity7 looking to try to push onto this mid tower. They are fighting back. They do not want to give up this mid tower, and Octa Gaming very successfully able to find the defense for it.
Doom is the strongest laner about critical items. Wait, Hadobush. He will survive.
Hadobush a little bit of trouble there. Absolutely got zeroed in on by the Black Dragon. Lucy! Woo! I thought he was going to be able to get away there, but Akashi said not today. In comes the Phantom Steed. Akashi in trouble, trying to use those wins to get himself to safety. V2 able to find a kill on to Akashi. Saber is down as well. 2 down for the side of Octa Gaming. 2 down for Entity. Thanatos TZ finds a kill onto Bagwin. 4 down for Octa Gaming. Fury of the Phoenix is out, and down goes Shen.
Doom is already strong because he has Claws and the Berserker's Fury. As I say, the critical hit chance about him, the critical build is so strong because he have already on base damage good because of this first kill. So also he can dominate this ball, I guess. Dominate his ball.
Yeah,
it's
ball.
okay. Okay. Because I still don't need to sound strange. Okay, because I don't want to call it strange. Meteor's good. Falling.
And now we do have a Phantom Steed. Looks like Shin able to scoop up the Lord from both junglers on the back end. It does look like Thanatos TZ trying to put the damage onto Akashi, who gets oh no, doesn't have the immortality. So that's going to be a kill for the side of Octa Gaming. They are able to scoop up the Lord, but the fight actually continues. Saber goes down, caught deep on the side of Entity7 without the rest of his team.
Fight who just getting more better to Octa, but the Lord goes to Entity7, and now we have that problem whose the towers do not, all the towers are falling down. Maybe, V2, too strong, too front line.
Fury of the Phoenix just backs off the rest of the team, so they don't really want to go ahead and press onto the mid tower. They've got enough. They're looking to try to get that pressure into mid, and Octa Gaming, once again, going to try to put as much pressure they can to try to defend this mid tower, though it's going to go down there. We do have the Phantom Steed coming out, but Doom, it just deletes 2 members down for Octa Gaming. Doom having a heck of a game on this Bruno, same as he did last week. I believe he was able to get an MVP against Alpha 7, and here showcasing exactly why once again.
It's the last base tower from Octa Gaming. Good for this first Lord. They do the 100% base key for the 8 minutes Lord. And now we're searching for this T3, all the remembering base turret, and also he's the passive about shields. The name of the explosion you guys have about the base turret. The golden.
Oh, I forgot what it's called when the base explodes on you. Because I'm not gonna lie, I get caught by that every time when I'm trying to push onto the high ground towers. I'm like, all right, boys, let's go ahead and knock this up. It explodes. All the minions are gone. I'm like, oh yeah, there's that. Never mind. Let me go ahead. It's just one of those things that every single time I'm gonna get caught by it. I think we just saw a 2,000 gold lead by the jungler on Entity7. That is enormous.
5.5, good. It's a good start for a third game, I guess.
Wow.
Good start. It's all right.
MCT7 is showing their dominance for sure. They're like, you know what? We got this in the bag. They're just tunneling down and just showing what they're about, putting in that pressure. They've always been aggressive since the start. Oh, I don't know.
I feel like that first game had to just been a wake-up call. Like these last two, like this is exactly, if they would have been like this in the first game, they would have won that game. Because here, from the opening seconds, we don't even have time to do the intros before they're already fighting down at the bottom lane, finding kills and like the opening seconds of it. So, and I feel like they really shine in this overwhelming early game that they're able to put onto enemies. And Octa Gaming have yet to be able to find like any momentum on their side for both of this game and from the last one.
Yes, it's like Akashi and Hide on, what's his name? The
Bush.
jungle. Hide on Bush. They have been the dominating factor in this one for sure. They started off strong, like each of them 5 kills, 0 deaths until the 8-minute mark, right? So I feel like them as a duo, them just working well. They work really well together for that fact. So.
So say the difference between the kills of Octa and Entity7 is Octa trying to pick something I can do, and the difference between, like, we see Akashi and Bush with 5-0 kills, so it's totally different, so it's totally better this way. So now back to the game. Let's go to the second Lord. 40 seconds.
Yeah. I'm trying to look at a win condition for Octa Gaming, but I feel like you've got some good scaling on the side of Entity7. Yeah, and then you've got V2, but you've already got Doom that you're competing with. You know what I mean? You've got the late game there. Shin's going to be doing a huge amount of damage. Hide on Bush isn't at a point where he needs to stray away from fights either. So V2 has to be very, very careful before. Oh, we're already at that. It already has that. Has the 3 items that they need, but they still are lacking that the Malefic gun to give them the range that they want. Because right now V2 has to get just a little close to some of these fights to really be a factor. Speaking of which, Vaguin taking a heap of damage from this entire team. Is it going to be enough? Out comes the Fury of the Phoenix. Segan able to find himself a kill. Rest of the team looking for a fight as the Black Dragon is out. Saber in a little bit of trouble. Has to get away from inside that bush. Turning around. Rest of the team has been engaged. Shin in trouble, has to find himself a disengage, but Thanatos TZ comes in with the kill. A double kill for Thanatos TZ as Doom turns it around in reply, able to find a kill of his own. But Octa Gaming with 3 unanswered kills finally on the board.
Saber plays so well. He just used the ultimate to Vagin, then he executes him, and then we all know the ultimate of Blue, when he picks up a kill, resets, and then he pick it up the Hide on Bush, who's also is just dancing in front of him. Oh, wait, V2!
Yeah, V2 has come online. The rest of his team being able to try. Oh my God, as I say that, Segan is down. Segan actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. Doom laying on those rockets that he is kicking at them, and they have to back off. 15-22, a Lord in the pocket of Octa Gaming, now going to be crashing in up at the top. Maybe this is what Octa Gaming need to get that breathing room to be able to even the playing field on the map.
We are back into the first game. Maybe, because Octa Gaming now has the on one Lord, and remembering, one Lord difference makes a lot of difference to Octa Gaming just win the match. And then we have 3.4.0 in gold difference. Let's see what this Lord can do.
A great zoning ability used there by Lucy to get to the back line. Didn't even land, just wanted to push them back. Now we have the Fury, the Phoenix goes out. Another charge into the high ground tower of Entity7. Are they going to be able to get to, oh, they actually lost. And this is something when you have the advantage, it's so important not to lose your head over it, because if you had lined up minions, I believe they tried to, but Hide on Bush understands this game to such a level that he knew, I need to push mid lane while the entirety of Octa Gaming is up at top. I need to push mid lane. I need to push bottom lane. Now we have another engagement here at the tower. Shen in trouble, finds the kill onto Lucy on the back end here. Bagwin trying his best to tank all the damage coming out from Octa Gaming. Thanatos Teasy in trouble. Shen from the side finds himself a kill. Sigwin gets pulled back as Hide on Bush scoops up a kill. We could be looking at a full team wipe. V2 all the way on the opposite side of the map. It doesn't look like Vagwin is going to let him get away. We could be looking at a clean game 3 for the side of Entity7 as they take their second victory.
My God. Also Octa, okay? Also close.
Wow, Entity7. They are a force to be working with. Entity7 taking full objectives going into the late game. They finally got one Lord, but didn't make do with it because of the fact that Hide on Bush was able to clear the lane and keep map control. That was amazing. The Entity7 are just spot on. They know what to do in the time, those dire moments.
I think wave control is not so difficult, but I know Octa Gaming was suffering a lot, but they don't need to be 5 players with the Lord to just win against a second tower in the game, okay? Not judging, but also judging, okay? I don't want to say this is a normal day in Brazilian way, okay? But I have some issues. I know this is not, we're not perfect. The players have get a little bit nervous, and I can say what is nervous because I'm doing this right now. But I felt I needed to see more about them. They obviously just do best than this. So it's a sad moment, but also Entity7 win, and they are good.
Yeah, you could take a look here at some of the stats here as well. 6-3 and 12 for Akashi, really kind of proving himself in that XP lane. 7-2 and 5 for Hide on Bush.
That's good.
3, 5, and 14 for Bagwin. I feel like that duo right there really kind of enforced that early game, while Shin was able to come in and really provide that suppressive fire. But the man of the hour here for the side of Entity7, it has to be Doom. 6-0 and 10. Took him a little bit to kind of get to that point where he was just dishing out this huge amount of damage, but definitely allowed by the rest of Entity7, who had such a huge early game that even when Octa 7 was able to kind of turn it around, you were still dealing with Doom, who was just throwing boulders at you.
That's our highlights. And what we see about the private saying, the beginning of the game, is just how in 1 minute game they are just fighting again and losing, and I'm not really happy with this again.
Just the fact that Doom did not die at all as a marksman the whole time, that is amazing to see. Just he lasted that entire time, not dying, and then was able to come back, get those kills, and get those assists on the team and do wonders. And actually, like you said, that he would totally be MVP in my opinion too.
I feel like that speaks it's not only on Doom's ability, but the pressure that Entity7 was able to exert with Hyde on Bush and Vaguin constantly rotating, Shin joining them sometimes as well. If you're constantly answering attacks that are happening to you, you're not going to have time for a lot of ganks to even be able to get the Doom. And that's what this composition allowed them to do. Such ferocity in the early game, so many kills that Entity7 was able to get, and that wasn't even really all on the bottom lane. Doom was just kind of left alone to get that farm up while his team was dominating here, and did such a great job being able to be that caretaker in the late game.
Yeah, that focus.
And I'll say about the lizard, right?
Mm-hmm. The lizard?
Remember him?
What?
The greatest dragon in the early game came to a lizard. in the
Oh, I'm
middle
like a
of-
lizard.
okay.
He's a lizard now. Okay. I'm like, there's a lizard in this game?
Because what we can say about this game is just like this. They don't need to improve the early game against the Entity7. They just like switch some kills, but the kills of the Entity7 goes to good hands, to marksman, to obviously Doom here is a good player, but not in the Octa Gaming.
Yes, and that one player or that rose above the rest was our MVP. We saw it. We got a little snippet of it.
Doom.
It was Doom.
Look.
6-0,
It was-
6-0
yeah.
and 10. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there was going to be a question of who that was going to go to, especially, like I said, he was able to kind of, sometimes I almost feel like it kind of negates what got them there, because Doom really wasn't on the board until like the mid game, when he was able to start really dishing out damage, which was allowed by this just blitzkrieg of an early game that Entity7 had, where you're so, as Octa Gaming, you're so far on the back foot, you're always replying. It's like, now they're at mid. Now I have to watch out for jungle. Now they're pushing on our mid. Now they're at the top again. And meanwhile, a Doom by himself is just like, just getting the minions, getting the farm up that he needs. Yeah, so a great job played by them. And another dominating early game composition coming from Entity7 that unfortunately, it feels like Octa Gaming just was completely unprepared for.
Yeah, I don't think they were prepared for it at all. Like, and that aggression in the early, it's like you think they will be able to find an answer for it. They've been doing it every game so far, and it doesn't look like Octa Gaming knows how to deal with that pressure. But anyways, guys, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. We are all over the place, but right now we're streaming here. We want you to follow us at MLBB Esports. We're on Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. Be part of our community.
He's so young.
Please.
I see a lot of these icons here, and I know like 3 or 4, and then
Okay,
she's
I
like
messed up the first
knowing
time.
everything. Okay.
Thank you. I'll take that. I'll take that.
Yeah, big shout out to our international community too, joining us as well, the PH and Indo community, watching and supporting as well from across the Atlantic. So big hello to
Yeah,
you guys as well.
Terima kasih.
Please send all complaints to @ZenaLily @exe dot to your socials right there. But
Cover that up real quick. And remember, guys, we have some diamond drops, so be sure the longer you stay in the chat, the more time you can, the more chance you have for these diamond drops. So chat, stay in, watch us, keep up with us, and you will get these amazing free diamonds.
Yeah, the more activity that you guys have in chats, when we take those breaks, when we have pauses or things like that, you'll have more times to be able to kind of claim some of those prizes, and just a little way for us to be able to kind of give back to you guys for your viewership as well. So make sure you guys stay tuned for all of those little drops and everything that you can get. And as Xena kind of mentioned, yeah, if you guys check out our socials below, you can check out all of us and our amazing casters. Like we said, you can even check out, especially if you're not native when it comes to English speaking, you can check out Henrique tearing it up in the Portuguese section of the casting as well, who's joining us today. Thankfully, and like I said, we've said it before already, just thank you for being able to join us to fill in for the spot on the desk. You've been all over. You worked Thursday and Friday, joining us on Saturday as well. So he's putting in a lot of the hours to kind of make sure that we keep that quality up here at the casting desk for the AMER region.
He thought he would have to handle it all by himself.
Maybe. Don't
But thank you so much for coming, for sure. And it's great to have you here for both days.
As I say again, thanks for having me here. It's how can I say? It's a surprise for me being here, but I'm also here to help as I can. So let's go to our fourth game. Now we have a zone match point, Entity7 to a 3-1 here. It's afraid from Octa. We need to see them playing again.
Fun to see all these bands. Look at all these. I love this.
There is a warm and fuzzy. There's a warm and fuzzy feeling I get when I see that second row of heroes that you're not allowed to pick. I'm like, ooh, now what are we going to be going with here now? I mean, I can only hope for a win from Octa Gaming here to kind of tie it up so we can get to that fifth game and really see where a lot of these hero pools come at for some of these teams. But I want to say, though, Octa Gaming really needs to, there needs to be some type of security in that early game.
Yeah, they have to figure out a way to deal with that aggression. Maybe even just play it a little more safer in the beginning to kind of like clear their side, clear the farm, claim objectives. I don't know. They got to figure something out for sure. But we're seeing a Marcel and Harith here banned, as well as Voxia and the 100% Freya ban here in the south. Valentina's getting banned out as well. This is going to be fun.
And that's the way, the difference about Octa banning Harith because Entity7 can't.
We didn't want to bring that up.
Well, it's okay. No, that's not. That's right. That's right in the moment. If Entity7 tries it, it's hard to just doing this. But now it's normal because the Entity7 don't use the heritage for the games. Now it's okay for letting him get banned by Octa. So let's see what we can get for now. Marcel, no, okay, it's banned by Octa. We're seeing the box is not passing through. Zuchin have already picked it up by the two teams. Let's
Both
see
Brunos
what
have been banned. So there's no Bruno, there's no Harith right now. What else? I know Carrie was banned on that side, so Carrie can be picked up on the side of Entity7 here still.
True.
We get to kind of the point where when all of these bans are out there, I kind of stop trying to predict, just because I'm just like, man, this, as exciting as it is for us casters, I'll bet this is just horrifying for coaches and analysts who have to like do this for their team because you want to kind of pull out something. Fredrin as a first pick. And especially because we still have some picks open on the side of Entity7. You've got the Uranus. I believe Terizla is still an option that you can build around as well. This is very interesting from Octa Gaming. And this is what we're talking about. You're at game 4 right now. So many picks taken off. And I feel like you're kind of forced to pick up something, or maybe it gets banned out again, and you're kind of starting to run low on that hero pool. So here on the side of Octa Gaming, they're like, we need to scoop this up before it gets taken off the board from us. Yeah, and an answer immediately comes out to carry.
The Shredder. There she is. I'm gonna call her Shredder. And then Farsa.
That's remind me something I remember now. That is, Latin likes more to pick Uranus than Brazil. Brazil have more Uranus in XP lane because of the meta, the tank meta, but also when the fighters meta comes in, they never picked it more about Uranus. But the Latin came to MPL Latin, besides the MPL Brazil, I'm saying, but when we came to MPL Latin and we see all our Latin players against our Brazil, they love Uranus. So they put Uranus in mid lane. That's a strange thing we've seen because we've not seen Uranus in the normal way, but they just put Uranus in the middle lane. So, and also in North, we've seen Uranus jungle also. I don't remember now the team, I will pick it up later, but we have the Uranus jungle.
Yeah, Uranus jungle is a huge problem for Fredrin, which is why I was kind of wondering why you would pick up the Fredrin really, really early without the Uranus being not an option for Entity7. They still have the ability to pick it up here, but it doesn't really look like they're kind of gunning for that here. Yep, there. In answer to Terizla pickup by Entity7.
I was thinking about glue because of this potential of tanking and being a boring thing around the map, but also they have the second laning, the second phase of this picks. Don't know if they will bring it.
Yeah, they still have glue. They could still pick up the Uranus jungle, like you said, on the Entity7 side. Who knows what they'll have right now? There's so many things that they cannot choose. That's probably why they're taking a while to figure out what they want here. But like you said, maybe Lucy, or not Lucy, well, the Fredrin pickup for, you know, Thanos Tizzy was the fact that he does not have a lot of hero pool, and that was one that he's like, you need to pick it up or else we're gonna struggle. I don't know.
Will soon be your burial ground.
I wonder if you're right. If they, I know we've seen in the South, we've seen the Uranus jungle against Fredrin, and I'm actually so curious as to why that's just not. It hasn't occurred, or maybe Octa Gaming just don't fear it as much. Because like it's been a huge counter. It's not available for Octa Gaming. They're not even able to pick up the Uranus as like a counter pickup. And it is available for Entity7, and they're gonna take out the Cho. So that's gonna be very interesting. I do like the Kalea pickup just because I feel like it can offset a lot of this. You can grab the carry or the Farsa. The only problem is do not grab the Terizla. That we've seen this before where they grab the Terizla and then Terizla immediately comes in with the ultimate and just hammers away. I believe this is going to be the absolute first Barats we have seen in the South. I'm pretty sure it's an AMER. An MTC AMER first as well.
We miss a lot about Barats. Okay, we miss a lot because Barats was used a lot of times in the MPL Brazil, the momentum. Then we started to Latam season 1. We started a little bit of Barats and then nothing more. Then she just showed up. I'm happy with this. And just remember, Vagin is a show signature man. So the ban is for him, I guess. And let's see. CC and lady. Okay, good. Let's see more.
I don't know. I don't have much CC on the side of Octa Gaming.
I like the Lilia pickup here though, just because I think against the Barats, against the Terizla, it'll be able to do a good job. The big thing for me is that CC it's for Octa Gaming, it relies a lot on CC to be able to kind of get to the back line, unless we're leaning. There's how do I say this? Octa Gaming, there's parts of their composition that succeed at different things. that aren't necessarily together. Kalia wants to grab somebody and bring it back to the team. CC wants to access into the back line. Same thing with Claude as well. Wants to kind of get to that back line as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we are settled on the draft for this game.
Yeah, I'm seeing that they're banking on, but I feel like they're banking on that early game as well. As Entity7 are always great with the early game because Chip right here is able to teleport around, right? So kind of help the team get around places. Mainly.
Side we see Octa Gaming with this pick-off composition, and Entity7's like with the team fighting mode. That's good because we have Farsa, we have AoE damage, about AoE control, and it's good too. And Heidelbush, we know against all the stacks he can gain, and he just transforms into literally a monster doing all the auto attacks, gain AoE, and this is good for them. But the pick-off stays in the individual consequences about the starts. So we have CC who focus one enemy, two if the ultimate picks up someone. We have the Thanatos who also have a large ultimate, but we know the line of the true damage is too short, and sometimes we hit only one enemy. So this is about the difference, and this is the same way we see the first game. The first game was almost like this, and not necessarily because now V2 here have an ultimate, got good ultimate to do the AoE. But well, why Shin just drop it to the bottom lane to the mid like that? What happened?
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 4 for Entity7 taking on Octa Gaming. Entity7 sitting at game point here, ready to wrap up this series. It is a pick-off composition versus an ambush style composition. We're going to see which one can prevail here. Up at the top, a little bit of an engagement there between Chip and the Fredrin. I can see, I don't know if we're going to be, Thanatos TZ is able to dash his way to safety, and you can see Entity7 actually took a decent amount of damage. Big pop-up there lands on the Shin. He's gonna have to use that wings by wings to get away. Just kidding. He's gonna swoop back in, find himself a little bit of a dash to get himself back to mid lane.
He's fast because of her husband, the bird, and we're seeing the 2v2. It's strong, needs to know about Saber having the also individual focusing and regain about all the composition of Octa Gaming. It's good because we have Thanatos, Lucy, and also Saber who have some regeneration from his team or also for themselves. And start for the first turtle. Let's see.
Ooh, you saw Shin try to get that stun onto Lucy, but Lucy was able to disengage from
he
it.
tried.
Big pop-up lands, and Thanatos TZ able to scoop up a lord. They're able to reply in kind immediately to bring down Saber. Down comes an Appraiser's Wrath that takes down Hyde on Bush. Vaguin is the third one to go down for Entity, or actually that was the second one to go down for Entity7. And man, just like that, a turtle for the side of Octa Gaming and 2 kills in their pocket.
It's the beginning start of Octa Gaming and this series, and that's good. Remembering they are suffering a lot about this early kills, they are suffering about Entity7, and now they have an impulse to just do the composition works.
Yeah, and it feels like here, I mean, you don't exactly have this great early game for the side of Entity7. You do got some decent rotation. Shin and Vaguin are going to have an easier time to be able to kind of rotate around a little bit, but just not enough to really become this huge threat for Octa Gaming. As we can see in the early game, big stun goes on to Saber, who does turn it around, but they're going to immediately, Entity7 going to focus on to their purple buff.
Let's see what more we have, because V2 is also free to get his farm. Also, Doom used his ultimate of Vagin just to came through the team fight, and he can't just go back to the lane because Fredrin and Sagan just watching the portal just to not do this. So he needs to give the base button just to walk in around the lane, so he waste a lot of times. So also we've seen the V2 6 and Doom 5 in this moment.
Shin immediately flies back to his lane when the minions are about to crash. Ooh, Bagman gonna go ahead and check up on these bushes, trying to create some distance from Octa Gaming. First, a turtle. Looks like it's about to land here. You can see it popping up, but crash up at top. It's going to be 3 members of Entity7 immediately onto Lucy. Down comes the feathered airstrike and the portal. So they're immediately going to come into this turtle fight. It does look like Octa Gaming were able to scoop up the turtle. V2's going to be able to get away, finds the kill onto Saber, but Doom finds a kill onto Thanatos TZ. That is 3 down for Octa Gaming, and immediately we are starting to see the value of Vaguin on this chip.
This reminds me something, because in MPL Season 2, Latin, okay, MPL Latin Season 2, we have the ship, the first time ship appears in the Mobile Legends Mega. Oh, okay, just trying to. Maybe.
Yeah, there's a pitter patter, a little bit of hellos between both.
So how can I say the first time hero appears and his launch? Is it a launchment?
I guess you could just call it a launch. The first time a hero comes out, it's
okay. In his launch, the first time Vagin was the first player to get the ship. Everybody was afraid to not know how to play with ship. So he do it in the first time and just win. So he's a player who likes a lot to make this characters. I forget the name of them again.
Well, I mean,
the
you're
first time
absolutely
appears.
right. And, so he was able to use it right at the beginning, and he's become pretty much an expert at it.
Yes.
I think the only other person in the South right now that even comes close to being pretty good on a chip was, I believe, Fanboy. As well as a great chip player as well. Ooh, big penalty zone comes in. Lucy in trouble, gets pulled back, and Shin finishes them off with a feathered airstrike on the back end. We do have the blazing duet. Is that going to be enough? V2 in trouble, looking for an escape. Oh, Prazer's Wrath comes down, but it is not able to finish off anybody on Entity7. Another 3 players down for Octa Gaming.
V2 just tried to use his ultimate just for doing some damage, but I just see Entity7 like, yeah, okay, I continues with this. I prefer your other members of team. When you scale, when you have your 3rd item, you talk with me. Oh, Saber, just... Okay. Dome is strong.
I think that's why Claude is so scary and so surprising to people, because before he gets that Trinity build, most of his ultimates go like that, where the enemy's like, oh, stop, it tickles, oh God. The moment he gets that Trinity build, though, it's a completely different character. He shreds them down in 3 seconds. Talking to which, you do have a pop back, and it looks like a little bit of trouble here. Thanatos TZ in trouble.
Oh my
against
God.
5 members immediately. Hide on bush, finding another kill, bringing this to a 2-8 lead for Entity7.
I don't know why they appeared so fast. He don't get the ultimate already. Just like the 2v1 situation. Okay. He will tongue me. It's fine. It's fine for me. My team is coming. And then Octa Gaming see 5 people versus the Fredrin. Oh, no, let him hit. I'm okay with that. Then first tower, I guess. Yes. Oh.
Yeah, immediately, first tower comes off. Bagwood actually in trouble as V2's trying to fight on damage in the background. Down goes Thanatos TZ Akashi. V2's trying his best to get some of this poke damage onto them, and they're just kind of walking past him as he's not doing enough just yet. Segan and Thanatos TZ regrettably going to be the kills here as Entity7 claim that mid tower. Only the tier 2 and all the way down to the tier 2 tower is Octa Gaming right now.
That's good for Entity7, just in a 10-2 in the score. That's good. We seen about the items. Doom have his going to the 3rd item. Oh my God. Be careful, Lucy.
Lucy just came in with a big kill there too. Shen comes out. Oh, Thanatos TZ does not want any of that. He has to unfortunately kiss away his purple buff. While Entity7 go ahead and claim that up quickly.
Lucy can now ping the teammates, just, guys, where are you? Help me, I guess, because I don't see the answer about Octa Gaming, about all this. They just let this all happen, and it's good. Now it's Lord came into their base, and they're just like, we need to farm, but how? They don't have the jungle anymore because they have the pressure on Idle Bush and the system bugging all the time, have the potential of the ultimate to bring all the team to a fight, and Thanatos need to farm some way. Oh.
What a great tsunami slap, but Hide Bush immediately uses that ultimate from the back end. V2 looking to try to find the kill there, but he is not able to. How is Hide Bush alive? Shin with the suppressive fire, that feathered airstrike to rain down, covering the escape for his team there. And man, right now, I mean, you're looking at about a 10K gold lead at the 10-minute mark. That is a 1,000 gold advance per minute for Entity7 right now.
For me, Barrett's using ultimate to pass through walls is nonsense. No sense, he just does it. He can pass through walls, okay, but he needs to break them, because don't make sense, he just jump. It's a later one. But okay, he makes the turn. That Lord came out. Focus on Thanatos.
Yeah, we do have a tsunami slam that lands on the
God.
back end. That actuates Shen, who's going to go ahead and lay down the suppressive fire with that feathered airstrike, trying to look for a kill. Segan is down, Lord at the core. Akashi finds a kill on the Sabres. Thanatos TZ is down. 4 players, 5 complete team wipe. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the series, Entity7.
Oh my god. Entity7 is just total domination. That's it. Total domination. Like, they are just a monster, a force to be reckoned with. Their aggression, their synergy, the way that they work together, I'm a loss for words. I'm like, I don't know. They did amazing. There was no way Octa Gaming could win. Really? I was like, how you... Oh, wow. What an amazing game.
That's also cool to see, and I'm not sure because we've seen Octa with the 2 first kills in the game, and that's a hope for them because they are also just changing the skills and also trying to trade something and can't do it, and now they are in disadvantage. They are in the first place, and no, just Entity7 came in. All right. That's my turn.
I'm not. I don't know. Like, for me, like, yeah, I'm kind of at a loss for words, but it's kind of like when I'm looking at this, Octa Gaming had a very dominating last week for them. Did very, very well. That's what got them to this position in the first place. I feel like it just Entity7. I almost feel like the first game lulled Octa Gaming into this false sense of security that they thought, bro, we got this. That early game, obviously, Entity7 cannot control that early game. And Entity7, I feel like just was such an overwhelming force in the early game that Octa Gaming, for some reason, just was completely unprepared for. I feel like in 3 drafts, they still did not have something that could really contain in that early game. The synergy coming out from the side of Entity7 too as well. Like, it's not enough to say that Entity7 had a good early game, but they executed. The entire team felt like they were on the same page, exactly knew who they were going for, where the target was right from the opening seconds. And that's one of the things that has been making them so strong here in the South.
Then we see the Entity7, the Union makes the force, and they just literally starts to play together all the time. And also they have literally Vagin playing as ship, who just can bring all the players to one place, but they don't need it. They just hold their hands together all the time and like, let's go invade. And that's worth.
We're just skipping along.
this worked a lot for them because the Octa Gaming just not prepared for seeing a dinosaur with the Farsa and his husband, Birdie things, and all the Entity7 things just for the jungle, and pick it up Thanatos out of position, and then Sagan, and then Lucy, and start to do this like the 7 minutes to a row, and that's over. That's over for them.
I feel like this kind of speaks to the experience of Entity7 when it comes to these games, to be able to continually put on that pressure from the early game, because this game especially, Octa Gaming felt like they were prepared in the first like minute or two. Like they understood, like, but eventually they got caught. Eventually they got a little lazy when it came. They went out a little bit far, didn't expect Shen and the rest of the team up at the top, and it just became this huge gaping wound that they were not able to make up for.
Right in here, big play, smart decisions, and perfect timing. Doom is our MVP here with, again, no deaths, 608, 42.4k total damage. He was able to do an amazing job towards the late game and help the team get that win.
He also can't die all when the enemy team's also spreading in the ground. So, okay. Okay, he's also have a good fight with his team, and as I say, they just hold their hands and let's go united, invade the jungle enemies and just search for some fighting, and they did it, and they did it so well, and don't have any answer about Octa Gaming. And one by one, the domino effect sounds something for you guys. The game domino.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay,
Dominoes where they just kept that one after
one
another.
by one, they are falling, and the game was for Entity7. And nice seed one, boys.
Yeah, I mean,
Head-on Bush was an amazing. He was able to, in every hero he chose to play, he made sure to dominate the early game for his team, and that helped them secure the win for sure. Like his rotations, the way that he initiated, and all that was like a big factor in gaining that early game for the team.
It also kind of shows, I want to say, the flexibility of Hide on Bush. I mean, we're talking, we had a Nolan out there, we had the tanky Barats, so just all these different types of styles that he was able to be successful with, and that his team allowed him to be successful with. I think one of my biggest critiques, why I grimace when I see a Nolan pickup, is because, like I said, your team, the execution needs to almost be perfect for a Nolan to be successful, because the moment you fall behind, the moment the enemy team kind of gets the advantage, it can be so hard to pull yourself back up. But here, especially on the Nolan pickup, they were able to just answer back. They were this wrecking ball right from the beginning and didn't let up. And unfortunately for Octa Gaming, they just never had any room to breathe. They were always replying. They were always, they were never enforcing their own will. It was always, oh my God, they're at mid, we need to reply to this. They're at turtle, we need to get there to turtle. They're engaging us in our jungle. It was never an engagement that Octa Gaming wanted. It was an engagement that they were responding to. And to be a successful team, Entity7, they did what they were supposed to, and that is enforce their game on the other team instead of responding to the other team's game.
Yeah.
Being reactive.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like they are not prepared for this new Entity7 they found out, because remembering the Octa Gaming just like lost nothing to came here with the 4-0 games, and then just have this lost about Entity7, who also have I think one game they lost.
Yeah,
Yes, they lost one game to
9Z Globins. They lost the first game here too. And the first game, like I said, completely different team. I don't like, so it's kind of crazy to kind of count that first loss against 9Z Globant as well. It's like the rest of the games too. After that one game that they played against 9Z Globant, completely different team. It felt like they got all the kinks out and they understood, okay, well, let's not make that mistake again. And then they just powered through. Same thing that they did here.
Yeah, I feel like they're good at learning. Like, if they can see what they did wrong really quickly and then implement it in the next game. And like you said, we've seen it happen here in this game and before in the other ones. And I feel like even if they lose the first game moving forward, we could expect this, that they will find a way to come back and basically sweep it.
But it's a nice BO5, okay? I don't know, was the cheering, all the viewers cheering for the Octa? I'm sorry, but Entity7 was best in that moment. Always have the next week, okay? We have a lot of Swiss stage to showing to you guys, so just wait a minute and hope the Octa came for a more strong than today.
Well, all I know is all of my predictions were wrong.
Okay.
My predictions were wrong today.
I stopped predicting South just because I have to relent and be like, all right, I've got a lot to learn, whether it's the players, the teams, and understand how they go around here. I'm just not as familiar with it, but it's been a great learning experience too, especially some of the differences that I've been seeing down here too. One of them being, I want to say, the chip usage. We don't see very much of that in the north as well. The fact that we have a plan in the South, I've been seeing where it comes to being able to use Marcel successfully. And there's certain teams in the South where Marcel is not a, let's use Marcel. No, it's we've got a plan, we've got a composition that Marcel fits into perfectly. Let's use that. We didn't get to see an example of that today. Maybe we'll see it a little bit tomorrow. Another thing too for the South, Zushin is, I'm not sure if this is a positive or a negative, but because I think Zushin, she needs to be banned with how sometimes I see teams allow it, and I feel like it needs to be banned because the game just, I felt it would have been easier for them. It didn't really feel like we had a plan, but the fact that they are willing to deal with it. But let's go ahead, Xena, take a look at what happened today.
Let's recap what happened today. We had Influence Rage going against Dreammax, and that was a best of 3. They came up strong, Dreammax, the winner for that round. And we had Entity7 versus Octa Gaming, best of 5, and Entity7 taking the win there, dominating the field. So they're claiming their extra win there for sure. They're now, what, 5-1 in wins? Am I getting that? Yeah, 5-1.
2.
No, wait, I'm totally wrong. 3. They're 3-0.
Okay, 3-0 in the matches, and I think 4, 5, 6, 7, 7-2 in games, I guess.
Yeah, Xena was not hired for her math ability.
Mathing, what is that?
So I want to say for Henrique, a half good day for Brazil. You got maybe not so good for Octa Gaming, but when it comes to Dreammax, very successful games for them as well.
Sure. And remembering, we have a few Brazilians in the Entity7 too. As I say, Vaguinho is one of them, and I think we have more, but I forget it now. So it's good to see them together, and also when I say like having this twisted things about being a Brazilian with the Latam players is also good. I like it a lot, so it's good to see them winning. I call them cousins. And I remember now, when I start casting in Brazil and see that, they're Latam, and I say, our cousins, so it's okay, let's be with that. So it's this.
I don't know. I was just saying some great games today. I'm so excited here to see the big thing for a lot of people is I've been saying it since we started this. When it comes to North and South America, there was a point before the regions got separated that we had a lot of matches, and South America used to do very well. It was very competitive against North America. I know North America, there was a lot of the lights and stuff that kind of came on from M3 and us being able to make it far. And for a while, South America has remained this, according as a North America, personally, South America has remained this kind of question mark as to what type of skill, what a level that they're at. Are they going to be, is this going to be competitive? And I can tell you already, I feel like there are a lot of surprises in store for a lot of viewers, for a lot of the competitive scene, to see what South America has to offer.
Yes, super exciting stuff. But let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule, guys. What are we looking forward to? We are looking forward to Alpha 7 versus Infinity and Black Sentence against 9Z Globant. What are your guys' thoughts on these teams? Are you guys excited to see these matches go down?
Obviously, I want to see this Alpha 7. Let's get it started. That's good for see our boys trying to revive that feeling about that burning side to being fighters against the world again. But I'm sad about Black Sentence in this Seed 8 zone. It's sad just because the Black Sentence in the last championship just was the top one in the Latin, and then we seen them in this position is, oh, okay. Sometimes happens.
Yeah. Alpha 7, one of those teams that has successfully used Marcel. And the reason I kind of bring that up is because it says something about their ability to draft, about their cohesion and the synergy that you need to have on a team to be successful with that. The side of Black Sentence we were talking about, it's a brand new team, basically.
Yes.
They've yet to get that synergy that they need to put together. Here is another opportunity for them to show that out against a team, 9Z Globant, who did get a victory over Entity7 at some point. So they do have the strength in them. It could be a huge challenge and a huge maybe hill for Black Sentence to be able to climb here tomorrow.
Yes, our best of 5 tomorrow is going to be what the lowest. They weren't doing so hot. And the past matches over the last weekend. So they were the ones that are kind of at the bottom of the tournament poll right now, right? We got 9Z Globant to Black Sentence. So it'll be pretty nice to see what they can do against each other. So. Do you have anything? Oh, well, we are going to give a little shout out to our sponsor, runestone.gg. Runestone is an amazing, they are our broadcast key partner here that supports the growth of the competitive ecosystem. So helping deliver high quality broadcast and experience to the community.
Yeah, a big shout out to runestone.gg, for which this broadcast would not be possible. And like I said before, if you guys want an organization that has the same type of intensity, same type of drive that you do for games, that is runestone.gg.
Check them out for sure.
Yay.
Light up your esports. I love to see that part.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so, but yeah, been some incredible matches for this Saturday night. I know it's probably a little later when it comes for you, Henrique. But also, guys, in case some of you guys missed it, Xena, let them know where they can find us.
You can find us at MLBB Esports. Be a partner of our community. We are in all these channels right here on these icons. Do you want me to repeat it? I can. It's Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. We are everywhere, guys. And there's a lot of channels here as well on YouTube. Check us all out. We're here. We want to grow for NA. Show us support. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Whatever you can, give us a leg up, you know? We want to grow. We want to be there. We're part of the community with you.
That's good, because if you help the page to turns more and more to the people, you can have more jobs to us. That's good too. Okay, we like to have money.
But that is going to wrap up things for now. The competition is only getting tighter, and the road through the Swiss stage is far from over. So make sure you come back tomorrow to see what we're all about, okay? See you guys later.